identified together with municipalities. And then COVID, Chair. I'm not going to go to the numbers that are there. They are provided in the slides, but I just want to indicate that the department had a certain allocation. National Treasury refused to give us funds, but the department utilized the funds that were allocated for administration, your accommodation, traveling, and so forth, conferences and that, which were supposed to have been utilized between March and September. And trucks and tanks were delivered to municipalities to enhance the ability of communities to adhere to COVID prescripts. However, these were withdrawn when the funds ran out. We did indicate to municipalities that they need to ring-fence 20% of the WISC allocation for continuation of this particular service. However, a lot of the municipalities have indicated that their WISC funds are already committed. They do not have money for the continuation. As a result, most of these tanks are lying empty and open to vandalism. The department has engaged National Treasury to try and source funds for coming up with sustainable solutions for these particular tanks that have been installed in municipalities, by way of, for instance, maybe drilling boreholes and connecting the tanks that are distributed within municipalities. Now, in terms of the district development model, we, as a department, did look at what the model means and came up with a plan of how to roll out this district development model. We are going to be looking at the development of 5-year reliable water and sanitation services delivery implementation plan at district level. And to do that, we will have to assess the existing situation in terms of service delivery in relation to reliability of services, and also to develop a pipeline of projects for the next 5 years. Terms of reference for this have already been developed. And in terms of the project implementation, we would like to, we have started with the 5-year reliable plans in January. However, we have not completed in June, as indicated in the slide. I should have corrected that. That was the plan for the district model. Yeah, I think that summarizes the model as we foresee it. And then the recommendations from the department is that the municipalities should allow in Madibeng the directive to be implemented, should allow Mahalis to intervene. We have seen what the status of the infrastructure is like. We also would like engagement of ESCOM at a higher level to assist with the connection of this. We've got a list of all the boreholes that needs to be connected. It's just for ESCOM to connect there. They have actually raised issues around the payment for these connections, because they will not connect unless the municipality has paid, for the connection. I have also indicated the issue of O&M. It is a very serious problem that needs serious attention by municipalities in order to ensure that we are able to provide quality services to the communities. Municipalities need to reprioritize 20% of the WISC funds. I'm not sure about the MIG, but it would assist if it were possible also to look at prioritizing at least a percentage of the MIC funds for providing water to communities, especially for those communities where tanks were placed. Payment of water boards is also a big challenge, Chair. Sidibeng indicated that they are owed 1.5 billion rand in the province, and this has actually rendered them financially, bankrupt. They don't put it in that strong terms, but they were not able to buy chemicals. They were not able to pay their workers as a result of this. So I would urge municipalities to pay the water boards because they do provide a service to municipalities. The development of municipal action plans in terms of those vulnerabilities is also very, very key to move the municipalities from that red area to at least fall within the green area. And also for municipalities to prepare for the blue and green drop program, which was not funded for a couple of years, but the minister has emphasized the need for the department to budget for that. There is a budget for next year. We will be carrying out the assessments next financial year. Signing of SLAs between water services authorities and water services providers has always been a problem. In the Dr. Ngaka Mudirumulema, sorry, Sidibeng is currently operating without a contract, without any agreement. It has been identified as a risk because when the infrastructure needs to be refurbished, it becomes a problem of who then repairs it because of lack of agreement. Chair, the last issue that I would like to add there is something needs to be done with respect to the vandalism of government infrastructure. Municipalities do report this. I'm sure, Chair, if you ask any municipality, they will be in a position to give you the case numbers of reported cases of theft or vandalization of infrastructure. But we haven't seen the might of our security forces in terms of dealing with this issue of infrastructure vandalization. It does impact, it's got a huge impact on the ability of municipalities to provide quality services to communities. And if the police can assist in at least effecting, arrests, maybe whoever the people who are doing this will have some fear or maybe a second thought before they vandalize infrastructure. It's our government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, morning, members, colleagues. I'm Psychology Keys, the CE of Makalis Water. Chairperson, we are here to support the Department of Water and Sanitation as the entity that is over the department. My submission, Chair, is to just present our capacity as a water board responsible for the bulk services in this area, in Bojanala mostly, but we do also operate in the Waterberg district municipality in Limpopo in 4 municipalities there, and we operate in the part of city of Tshwane. In this area, which is subject of this oversight visit, Chair, we operate In Rustenburg, we operate in Moses Kotane. We operate in Moretile local municipality. In Madibeng, we used to operate, Chair, assisting Madibeng with the operation and maintenance of the rudimentary infrastructure that was put by the previous Bophuthatswana government, the boreholes. But we since terminated that service in 2019, Chair, because municipality here was owing us 48 million. And we have been battling to claim that money, and we are currently taking each other to court after having failed the IGR process of trying to collect this money and solve whatever challenges we are having with the municipality. In addition, Chair, in this municipality, Madibeng, we were appointed in 2011 as an implementing agent on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation to upgrade the water treatment plant that you went to visit yesterday. Chair, the appointment was supposed to be for 3 years. So the funds, the RPIC funds, were made available, and everything was clear that the upgrade will take 3 years. We are sitting in 2020 today. The progress on the civil part is only at about 70%. We have not even started with the mechanical part of the work. We have not started with the electrical part of the work. And it's only a 20% upgrade, Chair, from 60 megalitres to 80 megalitres. For it to take 5 years and more, it's not an acceptable situation. But the challenge is the RPIC, although they had confirmed that the project will be available, or the funding will be available to complete the project in 3 years, it has taken about 10 years in making allocations to this project. So every year we get bits and pieces of our funding allocation, and we work with whatever is available. When what is available finishes, we have to stop the project, and they are standing costs for the contractors that are on site. And the municipality becomes frustrated with Makali's Water to say, Makali's Water, we've been in our space, it's almost 10 years, but we are not seeing the benefits of you completing this project. If I can show you that Makali's Water in 2014, we upgraded our plant, Falcop, from 210 megalitres a day to 270 megalitres a day. We completed that within 3 years. That is a 60 megalitre addition. Here we are only adding a 20 megalitres a day addition, but it's taking more than 10 years to accomplish that. It's because of the lack of dedicated funding to make sure that the project is completed. And it's putting a municipality in a predicament whereby they know that there's a project happening. They are promising communities that there will be water, but the water is not coming to the communities. We had revised Chair schedule to say before the 2016 local government election, the project will be finished. We are in 2020. May I proceed, Chair? Thank you. Chairperson, the last issue that I want to raise with the committee is that in April 2020, the Minister of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation, Honorable Ms. Sisulu, gave Makali's Water a directive to intervene here in Madibeng in turning around the water and sanitation challenges.
Just hold on. Welcome, MEC. Good morning. Can you please request some of your staff, especially the administration side, to be amongst us so that they can take notes of the serious problems and help us find solutions to the problems. Thank you, MEC. Continue, Machalis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying, Chairperson, that the Minister of Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation gave Makhalis Water a directive in April 2020, it was on the 24th of April, to turn around the water and sanitation challenges in Madibeng local municipality. We were given specific deliverables that we had to achieve. One of those deliverables that the council, Madibeng Council, has resolved to not to agree or to accede to the directive given by the minister. So basically they rejected the directive by the minister in the form in which it was, citing that they will need to engage the minister and also the premier before they can then concede in accepting the directive. Chair, we have not since been able to move and implement the directive. We have written to the minister to indicate.
We cannot also only complain about others. Can you tell us your shortages, weaknesses, and shortfalls as an institution?
As an institution, Chair, I think the shortage is the lack of funding to fund bulk infrastructure. We have a pipeline of projects that can solve the water issues in the Bojanala district municipality, in all the municipalities, but there is no funds, Chair, that are available in our reserves to implement such a program. So that is basically our main shortcoming as an organization, Chair. If we had a strong balance sheet, we will be able to solve the water issues in the Bojanala district. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Naledi, can you prepare documents? Thank you. The board is welcome. We'll engage in it as time arises. Thank you, Department of Water. Much appreciated. Just relax amongst us so that we can push through and listen to the other problems that exist. HOD was supposed to attend the meeting. He informed me yesterday, but because of there's no clear mandate of making sure all senior managers are here. He can, if he was having a chief director amongst him, he would have been allowed to continue with the budget outside. But because there's no chief director to sit and assist him, if he must do everything on his own, we cannot allow him to continue outside. He's going to sit with us and cancel the meeting outside, because this is the issue while we're here. Thank you. Naledi, can we start, please?
Chair, good morning.
Good morning.
To all members from the NCOP.
The document must,
I've also seen.
apologies, the document can go on the screen. You must arrange your passy, so because they have already distributed documents to all members.
Sorry, Chair.
No, we have it yesterday, so it is fine. We do have it. Thank you. Just put it also on the screen as you explain. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Chair, thanks. Chair, I was just trying to say the greeting to all, especially members from the NCOP. I see the NC for local government. I also see members from the legislature. I just wanted to point out, Chair, before we proceed with Naledi's presentation. So say this presentation of Naledi, apparently it was prepared by administration without our briefing or involvement in the report. that is presented to NCOP, because there are certain points that are not really covered in the report and highlighted in the report. So I am not sure whether we are going to proceed like that and indicate points that we are not agreeing with in the report, or how are we going to handle it. Because I can tell you that we have a meeting 2 weeks. We had a meeting with, chaired by the Premier, which we have highlighted the problems of the closure of the municipality starting from the 3rd of August, and then that intervention, and that are not reflected in the report. I just wanted to put it outright to say it is important that as and when the NCOP is here, they will have to get everything as to why from the 3rd of August and so on and so on. So they are not in here, but if you, Chair, you are saying we must proceed with my comments and reservation that I indicated that in terms of this report, we are not part of it and we are not briefed. And
Apologies. It's not easy to allow you to continue without allowing some, so that we do things the correct way. If you continue, we must do it the correct way, just to check. If you are under Section 139 not or what, all those advice, we must get it. So because of, yes, let's allow some members amongst MPs or FPLs, short, just advice. No. Chair, Honorable Joyner, you are noted, you can start. Just try,
I suggest that the executive mayor and the worship.
Honorable Dodovo, I've already noted Honorable Joyner and I've already noted Honorable Motswana. Can we just give them time and then afterwards you will be next?
Okay, no,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's simple. It will be not fair enough to accept incomplete report. We might have to request that we get a small time to complete it. There are more problems about this municipality.
Thank you.
No, Chair. I'm covered. Completely out of Friday that will not be in a position even if the report was that before even the mayor begins to present a report, he's already disputing his own report. So it's not authentic. He's confirming that. Now there wouldn't be even a slight appetite to want to entertain it. Thanks.
Thank you. He's saying it's not his report, so we can't force him.
Yes.
Honorable Dodovo.
Chair, before Honorable Chair, Honorable this side.
No, you can't. Okay, because the Honorable has allowed you, but usually we follow the NC, must we follow, but you can talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. As much as I agree with the two letters speakers, Honorable Joyle and Honorable Motswana, one is that we really need to condemn the fact that municipalities should come here without having sat down both political and administrative. It is not the right thing, and it seeks to undermine even the political leadership of that municipality. It's not correct. So we should not speak light on this matter, but discourage this kind of attitude. Thank you.
From Parliament side, please take notes of the following that is discussed, because we need to send a letter to both administration and the political side.
Yes, Chair. I agree that the mayor cannot exonerate himself from what is happening in the municipality. He's the head of government. He must take responsibility for everything. But I have a different approach. I think we must hear this municipality. It is a municipality that we as as you understand, we are here because we want to get solutions to the problems, and we can only do that if we hear what they've got to say. My proposal is that the the mayor must present, take responsibility of everything, and then we'll take it from there. At least from our side, we would know why would the municipality be closed for almost a month without functioning, so that out of this we generate some solutions to the problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Dodoro, but it's not easy and straightforward as you have put it. I've heard you loud and clear. Let's allow the MEC to give us a little bit of advice on the matter, the MEC of local government, because it's hard for someone to come and present a report he does not know, him and his people did not discuss, they have not seen. It is not easy. We cannot enforce such an irregular thing and expect him just to do. It's not, you cannot dance without music. You will get to it. Thank you. Please give us some advice.
Is not under section 139 1B or any other intervention. That is why we had to then sit with them so that we diagnose and come up with remedies that will be long lasting, not a quick solution that will make matters worse in that municipality. So we are in that process as we speak, Chair. So it will be upon the members of the legislature and the NCOP to decide on what to do with the report. I had thought that the acting MM is here, because if the acting MM was here, for me, I would have thought that as the members of the legislature and the NCOP, you will have your own caucus maybe and decide on what you want to do with this municipality, whether you're going to listen to them or whether you're going to return them back. So that's my take, Chair. But from our side as the executive, we are in a process of looking for solution to intervene either way in that municipality. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
MEC, you need to give us a clear, detailed understanding as the day-to-day operating department and coordinating department of local government. And you need to condemn, if you have not put the section 139 and then move or place an administrator, then the report is done without consultation or working together from both sides. As the previous speaker already was very clear, we have to come out hard. This is not allowed. How does such a report end where we are sitting today? Who have that power and authority to submit a report when it is not officially delegated by law or by EXCO? Where does it come from? Let us please do things the correct way. Let us do things according to the structures and law that is in place. But we are going to do it like this as follows, Honorable Mayor. The onus is on you. You heard both NCOP and you heard, although we wanted to hear the report, we can still hear it. But you have to give us a short briefing, because you are here, of the problems you see in the institution. Whether you speak on the report itself or not, it's another issue. Because as you have indicated, you don't trust whether the report is a thorough reflection of what is happening. Now, based on that part, I cannot force you to speak on something you do not trust the content of. So please, it's open for you. As you continue talking, advise us also. We will give the acting MM a chance to put his view, although he's supposed to be here with you. But for now, you are the political head of the institution. Please get forward. And then MEC, in the department, please come up with a solution in future when there's such a problem. Alert us as the NCOP and as legislature so that we can prepare ourselves for such things when it's about to happen. Thank you. Honorable Scout. Please, you may, MEC.
Thank you very much. Chair, you are right to say that we need to condemn that. You are right. It's what we have said to them, that it can't be that the administration is not taking the political head serious. And we from time to time when we meet the municipalities, we tell them that you can't take a report from administration straight to where it's supposed to go without the political head or the council. Because when we talk political head, we talk about the councillors themselves seeing the report. So I'm saying that we are condemning that, but like you said, Chair, it's upon yourselves, Chair, because we are in your hands. But also to say that in future, like you are saying, as a department, as and when you come this side or any other body that has to do oversight, it says HOD will then have to check whether the reports that are going to be presented to the forum have been done correctly, or they have been processed by both the political wing and the administration wing, so that we don't get these things when we get to this meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mayor, partly let me apologize to you for the condition. Such things it's foreign to the operations of what is happening. The MEC will go not later than Monday and arrest this problem and give us a detailed report on what is the way forward. Because this is one of the municipalities we came to address. But we cannot give you the power to address it yourself. That's why you are here with the dispute. Because you can't address it. Some people do not recognize you to have the authority to address the problems. So the person and the institution that must do it, HOD, focus on this thing. Please, 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 please focus on this thing. And while you are focused on these things, make sure no money relating to housing is returned to National Treasury. There's a serious shortage of houses. Make sure that thing does not happen. Let's go along if it happens again. We are going to, you are noted, but we have already closed the matter unless you want to advise on way forward.
No, thanks, Chair. I understand the matter is closed, but I wanted to elevate a point that we should take this as an example of what is happening in local government. We are not talking about consequence management and what then happens. What it is, there's an official who went ahead, prepared this, and even had a way of putting this into this house. And the political leadership did not know. And we are saying we condemn and we proceed. And that is not correct to just condemn and proceed. What are the consequences of such actions? And it continues to be what we do in local government, to say this is wrong, we recognize it, but there's no punitive measures in place once we recognize and agree that you've done something wrong. So we need to, I'm urging the NCOP that we need to begin also making examples so that we can see as other municipalities that this is the route we need to take, because for now, consequence management remains a big concept that we don't even know where do we start when we apply it. Thank you, Chair.
I will only allow the chairperson of the select committee, small word of advice, national chairperson of the province and local government. But in doing so, on your advice, come out with a consequence management system of what do we do moving forward. You are the ones dealing with local government, provincially, nationally. because this is, it is embarrassing for us to sit here getting a document from one person just submitting it to us. It's not right. In part of the report we expect from the NDC by Monday, it's recommendations on the way forward and what they have done. Honorable Chanadodoko, after you, Honorable Motswana, then we close the meeting.
Nothing much, except the fact that I agree with your ruling that everyone is happening. Let's listen to the mayor, and we will take it from this, so that we can just in a short way brief us as to issues of consequence management. The mayor knows what to do. The officials are working in his department. They will see what to do next. But it is unacceptable. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Dodoko. It is noted from Parliament what the Honorable Dodoko just said. Don't make a mistake what the next speaker will say and what the previous speaker have said of Salka. What is going to happen when we sit as the provincial delegation in Parliament? Those that have decided to listen to the voices of the people, we are going to take action. Honorable Latwait is still here, Honorable Fasser is still here, Honorable Dodoko is still here, Honorable Mabisi is still here. We are going to meet as soon as possible and address these issues and action will be taken. We open our hands. Thank you. Honorable Motswana.
No, Chair. I'll subject myself to your ruling, so that we afford the mayor to say one word or two. My view, strongest view, was that the executive is vested with the matter. The premier is already engaged with the municipality, and the MEC is on record saying there are processes that they are attempting to implement, and I had thought that we must give space for that, so that we don't open can of worms of what is actually transpiring in that particular municipality, but allow the executive to also take into consideration what the honorable member from Salga is saying. Exercise consequence management, which then it has to not to be enforced from ourselves here, but from the level of council itself at that particular level. Now, it would be contradictory for ourselves to even want to listen to a report that the mayor, the head of the institution, says this report is not authentic. When it's not authentic, it should then be dismissed with the contempt it deserves. And what we can then just establish is how did this report get to here and who is the author of the report. Thanks.
Chair.
We are moving that way.
No, Chair, I think we have made a good ruling. The only mistake for us to want to listen to the municipality. Let's just agree with the intervention of the department, they will avail the report. The nature of how we process the work of Parliament is that it is not necessarily in this kind of sitting that we make decisions, but we'll definitely make decisions as and when NCOP Select Committee process the report. Equally, on our side, we would interact with the report. Let the mayor just have a one or two words, it's fine, but it would be really relevant. Thanks.
Just greet us, Mayor.
Melissa Fernandez.
Good, Mayor, we have other work to do.
No, I agree. I agree with the chair. Chair, quickly, I fully agree that the premier under his leadership was the premier before ABC's.
All councillors. So what we are waiting is the way forward. We are waiting for a way forward. So it will not be necessary that I start killing this house, whereas we are waiting for the line of march from the level of the premier, including the MEC who were involved in the intervention. So we'll take it from there. From our side, we are prepared. As and when we are saying working together, we have already started.
The only problem here is that I'm just imagining as to how did it come that this report is sent. Here I'm having the minutes. It's only the minutes, but this minutes does not belong to me. It belongs to the intervention team, led by the Premier. So it cannot be used in this meeting. So let's wait for the process from the Premier's level to unfold so that the way forward is clearly in writing outlined to council what will be the way forward of any other action that they will recommend.
Thank you. While Makwasi is preparing, HOD, MEC, can we always make sure whatever decision or intervention is taken based on law, not common sense, law. We must make sure whatever happens, while it's interim or while it is fully outlined, it must not be things of our feelings. It must be things based on what can happen and cannot happen. Because I am not sure, how do we speak of intervention, what powers and functions vis-a-vis the Municipals Act and all the Structures Act, so that we can make sure we do not contravene what is governing local government. Thank you. Makwasi, the report is in front of you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Makwasi. Start by apologizing of what happened yesterday. It's only that you are a woman and we cannot as men abuse you. We have allowed you. You are here today. Well, if it was a man, there would have been a short allowance of abuse from my side. Please, Mama, let's apologize and move forward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me do the honest thing of apologizing to the August House. Honestly, I had sent somebody to come and present on my behalf because I couldn't do it myself. I'm here, but I'm not well. But I just told myself that now that it did not happen yesterday, I must force myself to come down here and do the presentation. But I honestly apologize to the House. Let me also acknowledge yourself, your good self, Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP, members of the legislature, the acting MEC for local government, and all the members present here today. I also need to just highlight that I am alone here today, but I'm going to continue with the presentation. Sir?
Your apology is accepted. You can just relax, be at ease. There's no fight. Please, Mama, you are part of us. We are in Northwest to support, not to destroy, and to build. Take your time and relax. Don't be anxious. We are here to support and work together and find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We have prepared this report, and I'm going to start on page 4 of the report. That our council is a collective executive with the political structures as follows: the executive committee in place, 4 portfolio committees, MPEC, disciplinary board, rules committee, disciplinary committee, and also we have the office of the speaker, which we need to report on. The state of political leadership and the functionality of the committees. The executive committee, which is chaired by myself, which sits fortnightly. The portfolio committee chaired by executive committee members as chairpersons, which also sit fortnightly. The MPEC chair has an adopted schedule that they depend on. The rules committee sits as the need arises. The disciplinary committee also sits as the need arises. The office of the speaker who chairs the council meetings according to the adopted schedule of the council. The speaker also conducts public participation in the wards. And as we go to the vacancy rate, As the Makwasi Hills local municipality, everybody would remember that we have stayed for a very long time without Section 57 managers, and also the municipal manager. There has been actings all over the show in Makwasi Hills, but we managed to appoint the senior managers, and we don't have any vacancy as we are seated here today. And the divisional heads in our municipalities, it's at 10, we have 10 positions, and 3 are filled at 70%. Unit managers, 11 positions, 10 filled. Operational managers, 5 positions, 3 filled. Professionals, 10 positions and 8 filled. Intervention on Section 1391B and 154. We will also remember that Makwasi Hills local municipality was placed under Section 1391B in 2014 and also 2016, and it was again placed under Section 1391B in 2018 from September 2018 to August 2019. We are saying as Makwasi Hills, during both interventions, the general view was that there was no role clarification without dealing with terms of references.
Manager is an accounting officer, and it makes it difficult for administrators to make some decisions without necessarily encroaching on the functions of the accounting officer. For instance, issues of litigations, recruitment, procurement are just but few examples that we can make. In other aspects like authority to appoint and discipline senior managers, the Labour Court made an order not once but 5 times, wherein the administrator terminated the services of acting municipal manager appointed by council before his arrival. The court held that the administrator under Section 1391B cannot appoint, terminate or discipline senior managers as council is intact. During AG audits beyond intervention, there is accountability gap, since during intervention there are transactions authorized by administrator which AG will need explanation on them, and as a municipality it gives us a challenge. Section 1391B continues, settling of legal disputes. There are instances where administrator privately settled legal and labor dispute without consulting the employer component, HRO and accounting officer, which in most cases come post-intervention. The staff became highly divided, and administrators are seen as political deployees rather than people coming to improve the situation in the municipality. Most of the time, administrators left the municipality highly indebted. The recommendations will be the following from our municipality. We need clear role clarifications for administrators when they are brought to our municipality, meaning that we do not refuse intervention, but we are saying clear roles should be given to the people who come to the municipality. Engagement with affected municipality, clear identification of constitutional obligation where intervention is sought. The intervention causes tension between the administrator and the municipal managers, and former concentrates on getting rid of. Yes. The intervention causes the tension between the administrators and the municipal managers, and the former concentrates on getting rid of the latter, which is what always happens in the municipality. In all the interventions, this
happened, and the municipality has to ensure that you are fighting against the administrator, which is what we do not want as the municipality, because these interventions are sometimes assisting. But when it comes to these fightings, then the municipality gets chaotic. Provincial Treasury currently assists with the following: preparation of financial statements and training. COCTA assists with the following: valuation roles and compilation of Property Rates Act, review of policies such as credit control and debt collection, free basic forums, provincial MPRA and revenue enhancement forum, which is what we would need from the departments. When they come up with intervention, we should see what is happening in the municipality. And we are grateful of what the intervention on Section 154 is doing to the municipality. Political infighting. Council has been stable since the beginning of 2019, wherein the following was achieved: sitting of council and its committees, adoption of annual report, adoption of audit committee reports, review and adoption of IDP 2020 to 2022, adoption of 2020-2021 budget, appointment of senior managers, reinventing of revitalizing Section 39 committees, including but not limited to MPEC, which started functioning, monitoring of implementation of successful MIG projects amid COVID-19. The situation, however, deteriorated drastically after the announcement of the changing of members of the municipal troika. The situation didn't only affect the council operations, but also attracted interest from municipal employees, which is on a daily basis creating instability. This report does not intend to give impression that either the situation should be reversed or be proceeded with, but just to state facts as they are. The worrying factor is that the same happened during 2018, where AG had to leave the offices during the turmoil, which coincides with this year. Despite the above demonstrated stability, there was Section 139(1)B intervention introduced, which in itself nearby caused instability. The situation, however, deteriorated drastically after, I'm sorry, this one we are repeating. Can I just leave this page and go over? But as a municipality, we are saying some of the things that are happening in our municipalities, not because of the doing of the municipality, but from outside, that we get some of the challenges from outside, because introducing some of the measures that we are saying are going to assist the municipality sometimes just create chaos in the municipalities. So we need to sit down as the departments and the municipality before we do any other thing to ensure that we agree in most of the things. When you look at especially 139(1)B, you just don't know if it is done for the assistance of the municipality or to make sure that some people are gaining some strength into the municipality, or what is it that is happening. But these things, as a municipality, we would wish that they must be done for the improvement of the functionality of the municipality, because all the departments, provincial departments, we know that we need to assist municipalities. It's a must that the municipalities need to be assisted by the departments. Some of the assistance, when they come to the municipalities, they come as though it's a favor to a municipality. If it cannot be done like that, that we feel like we are being done a favor, then I think these things will work to the betterment of the municipality. Despite the above demonstrated, I needed to go to page 14. I'm sorry about that. Service delivery protest. We experienced a protest only in 2018 when our communities were allocated sites, and there were some challenges because some sites were having two people allocated to. So, but we had dealt with the challenge this far. Water services. The challenges that are faced with by the municipality is inadequate bulk water supply infrastructure between Basefontein and Zweeland Township. And our proposed plan is to upgrade bulk pipeline between Basefontein and Zweeland. We require a budget of 118 million to do that. The available budget that we have is 42 million, and the shortfall is 70 million. Progress to date, the process is at evaluation stage. Old asbestosis and steel pipeline infrastructure in our towns is also a challenge. We need to replace those old asbestosis pipes in the identified areas. We need a budget of 55 million, and we have nothing. We have also a shortfall of 55 million. We are at technical reports that are approved by DWS. Another challenge is that we don't have a water master plan. We propose to source funds to compile that plan. We need 2 million. We have nothing. We shortfall of 2 million. Consultants are appointed, business plan submitted to source funding. High water losses. It's also a challenge that we are faced with as Makwasil's local municipality. We consider installing prepaid water meters, and the master plan will come up with strategies on water conservation and water demand management. We require that the master plan will determine the cost of the strategies to be put in place. I'm not sure about the abbreviation. To be. Okay, we'll look at that. I think the technical director is on his way, he will assist. Awaiting approval of funds for the master plan. When we go to sanitation services, our challenges are as follows. Frequent blockages and sewage spillages, especially in Lebaleng. Proposed plan to train community on proper use of sewer. Unblock sewer lines using sewer jet or sewer rods. We require the budget from operational. Available budget is operational, shortfall none. Progress to date, ongoing activities. Overloaded Leodronstadt oxidation ponds. Construction of new wastewater treatment plant in Khakala. 2 million is required. In our budget, we have nothing. We are shortfall of 2 million. Consultant appointed to compile business plan. Leodronstadt wastewater treatment plant needs refurbishing. We are proposing that it needs to be refurbished. We require 16 million. We have no budget. We are shortfall at 16 million. Business plan approved by DWS, submitted proposal to WSIG for possible outer year funding. Electricity services. Most high mast lights are not functional, and the electrical system at the base of the master plan is vandalized. We propose that we undertake assessment of dysfunctional high mast lights. We require the TBA, available budget TBA, shortfall TBA. Progress to date, specification for electrical inventory went to bid specification committee to be advertised as soon as possible. Any cuts to the budget affects maintenance of roads and stormwater, resulting in the following challenges. Provincial roads or national roads passing through towns affected by stresses emanating from consistent truck loading. We propose that we hand over these roads sections to SANRAL. We do not require any budget. There is no available budget. We request letter and council resolution was sent to MAGV property managers for SANRAL in 2019. Same letter will be sent to the Premier. Dilapidated section of roads affecting more than 80% of the road network in towns which not covered by grant funding. Increased revenue collection section of roads that can be surveilled. Pothole patching taking place with cold mix bags. We need 1.2 million. We have 1.2 million. Potholes patching is ongoing. I'm not sure about this right now. Now I'm not sure about the weight actually, but I think here there are some of the houses that are being damaged by unblocked stormwater system, and we propose that unblocked major stormwater systems, which needs an operational budget, and we do not have a shortfall. Stormwater system in Wolmaranstad being attended to. Stormwater construction between Wolmaranstad extension 13 and 15 is underway. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the municipality will appreciate further support in ensuring that it achieves a funded budget position and have a credible financial plan. Further support on revenue enhancement will be appreciated. Settlement of areas on organs of state. Workshop on the implementation of standard operation procedures. Training of bid committees. Carry dual responsibility for annual financial statements. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Can we, before we go back to the questions, there's no other municipality that is here. Naledi is the one that was left. Makwasi is done. So Madibeng must get in, and I see the mayor is here, the administrator is here, and the team of Madibeng is here. I think the chief whip speaker is here. What we are going to do is, honorable members, we'll start from NCOP, then to the MPLs, and then to Salga. Can you please write your focus on the following areas? Is the ones that we have discussed, the departments, both departments. We have discussed yesterday, Mafikeng. The one we are going to were supposed to discuss today after submission was Naledi. It's fairly falling away. So the balance now is the the water department and the water board Mahalis. And then that is one that you can talk on, or and also Madibeng, so that we can, in the sake of interest of time, you have plus minus 5 minutes, so that you can couple and have enough time for you to address what you want to address, so that you are not having limited time. So we are giving you 5 minutes to focus on what you want to speak on Makwasi, on Madibeng, on water department, and on Mahalis. Thank you. We'll start with Honorable Firstev. She's not here. Okay, we'll move over to Honorable De Tweet.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, as indicated yesterday, if I can be excused at 11:45 to attend to a finance meeting for the medium-term budget. Obviously, I believe that, or I will not be here when the answers are given, so I'm going to rely on the recordings for that. Firstly, Magali's Water, the question, what happened to the Godorbo forensic investigation? Secondly,
hold on. The following people must be here because people cannot ask questions and you won't be able to respond. Must be here. Water Department must be here. Madibeng must be here. And Makwasi must be here. So that when honorable members ask the questions, please answer according to member by member what you can answer, so that it is noted, write down, so that we have not wasted time of sitting here and going through. We'll do follow-ups from our side. Thank you. Continue.
Proceed, Chair. Magali's Water, what happened to the Godorbo forensic investigation? What happened to the ex-minister Beloy's investigation? If we can please be provided with the progress or the status on the reports of the above. Believe that it will be emailed through to us. Maribeng, with regards to the mayoral office, what is the total of amount of overtime that was paid out to the mayoral office for the past financial year? I received a figure of about 500,000 Rand. Is this true? And please motivate the need for these payouts. Is it true that both the mayor and the speaker is transported to and from work with municipal vehicles? If yes, why? Who authorized this? And what is the cost to the municipality? If we go to Makwasi Hills, Chair, I see in the report that Impact has adopted a schedule. My question is, how often do they sit? The council meetings also adopted a schedule. How often do they sit? Are all senior managers' posts filled? If not, why? And why the delay, since these are critical posts? There's no water master plan, and on our oversight visit last year to Makwasi Hills, I requested that we be provided with a water master plan, and we haven't received a report on that yet. The sewer plants are not working in Makwasi Hills. We've got major spillages. Referring specifically to the spillages that's running in the area of Luderingstad, where adjoining land has been totally flooded by raw sewage. A trench has been dug. Underwater systems has been polluted. Traces of E. coli has been found in boreholes. As I indicated yesterday, government is drilling boreholes to tend to the water crisis in the country, but it's being polluted now. Do we have any provision for compensation for landowners who cannot use their boreholes for human consumption or animals as a result of the neglect of the municipality? Bombrandstad, the license department is not effective. When will that be rectified? Chair, if we go to Maribeng, we've got quite a lot electrical outages, and part of this is as a result of Department of Parks not doing the work that they're supposed to do, because we've got overhead lines, and this causes power outages when the electricity trips. Question, how many households are not paying for services? I noticed in the report that you indicate that there are indigent households and other households that do pay, but how many are not on the system? We were taken to an area where there are quite a lot of illegal connections that puts extra strain on the system. And it is clear that the information that was given to us there on that site visit is not true, because we were told that the houses in that area were there for about 3 years. But it's evident if we look at the surrounding areas that it is a lot longer than 3 years. How is it possible for the substation just outside the water purification plant to be flooded by rain? I received pictures of grass and plants that are growing for higher than a meter around that area. It is obvious that there's no maintenance in that specific area. And who's responsible for that? The mayor of Maribeng said that she wants more political power to deal with employees. Chair, with respect, this cannot be allowed. It is because of political interference and infighting that most of the municipalities in the Northwest Province are sitting with service delivery issues. We must see to it that the municipal systems are working effectively and that consequence management is implemented. I think the reason for employees not adhering to the prescripts is because there is not very good management in these municipalities, and that is something that must be addressed. I think one must look at the performance bonuses that are paid out in municipalities and get a full report on that and compare that directly to the actual performance of these municipalities. I think you will be shocked to see that performance bonuses are still being paid out in spite of the fact that municipal infrastructure is dilapidating and that we are sitting with municipalities that are totally destroyed as a result of mismanagement. With regards to the water pumps, it is clear, and it was indicated yesterday, that in the past municipalities didn't replace backup pumps. When will that be done? Is it in the budget? What will the cost be for this? Obviously, the wastewater situation in Maribeng is unacceptable, and as I said yesterday, someone that was shocked to see what happened yesterday didn't go to any wastewater plant in the past few years. After a visit to this wastewater plant where the Honourable Mukgoro indicated that a child died, and our visit there yesterday, my question is, has any security been deployed in that area to prevent such an occurrence from happening again, since there are no fences around this and these areas, and there are no funds available to erect fences at this time? Then we go to the administrator and the team that presented yesterday. My question is this the first time that this specific administrator and this specific team has been deployed together? If yes, we please, I'm going to leave it at that, but if no, if this isn't the first time, what would the reason be that the same team is deployed every time? Except for working as a team together now in this municipality to perform the functions of the administrative team, do you have any other business or professional ties? If yes, we please would like to have more information on that. And then I'm going to refer you to your own report, last page, and this is really the irony. Focus for real change. I'm going to quote, "Good governance never depends upon laws, but upon personal qualities of those who govern. The machinery of government is always subordinate to the will of those who administer that machinery. And the most important element of governance, therefore, is the method of choosing leaders." The irony in this is that for the past years, leaders has been chosen to govern in municipalities to the detriment of those municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Professor, you are noted. Let's give Honourable Professor, because you were not here, I was going to give you to speak first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will first start with Maribeng. I want to know about the debtors book. That is, it's almost equals the budget of 2 billion rand, of which the hospital owes 2-something million, no, 30 million. What is that? The hospital owes 30 million rand on its consumer account, and the staff members' rooms or facilities 2.6 million. If we look at, there's also that BIA that's owing the municipality 260 million, the Platinum Mall 20 million, there's a developer that also owes the municipality almost $1 million, and I want to know what is going to be done to that to see that these people pay their accounts and that the municipalities can receive the revenue that they need. I also want to know about if I see that the Department of Water and Sanitation say water is life, sanitation is dignity, then it is really very sad to see that Department of Water and Sanitation and the government, national and provincial, comes with money, tax money. They develop areas, they bring in new infrastructure. What happens with that infrastructure? The moment the designs are there and the facilities are built and handed over to the municipality, nothing, and I have visited many municipalities, many sewage wastewater plants since 2007. Nothing happens after that. That plant is left on its own, to run on its own, until it breaks down, until it decants, it starts overflowing, contaminating the rivers, the environment, disposing people to possible hazardous health conditions, and just going on and on and on for years. You can try to get the green scorpions, you can do whatever you like, but the municipality is not there. If you go and see water leakages, why must the Department of Sanitation put out a War on Leakages program and take 3 years to teach people to fix water leakages if the municipality has the mandate and the district municipality has the constitutional mandate to see that they fix the pumps, the water leakages, to see that water do not run into the fields and in farmlands and down rivers and down streets, but that the water reaches reservoirs. If you go and look at water purification, I've been to the plant in Madibeng. I know it's a long time since that project is going on. And I just want to ask, I here have with me the directive that was already issued in 2020, on the 20, let me just open this thing, the 24th of April. And in this thing it says, sorry for waiting a little bit. In this thing it states, the minister states that the intervention comes for the handover of the project to Magalies Water. And the mayor must tell us for what reasons she is withholding to implement this intervention. Because the national intervention cannot just be ignored. It has to be followed to the core function of the law. She said, I have therefore decided to issue a directive in terms of Section 41(1)(a) and 2 of the Water Services Act 108 of 1997 for Magalies Water to intervene to upgrade bulk water supply and bulk sanitation together with associated infrastructure that supply Madibeng local municipality. I have also commenced with the administrative process to invoke Section 63(3)(10) of the Water Services Act, which allows Minister to assume responsibility of Water Services Authority function in municipality. Whilst I'll be taking the notice of the chairperson to the Council of Provinces, and Magalies Water will commence with a short-term intervention as outlined in the further conditions of that they will lease for a few years until all the people are trained and. So I want to know the mayor should have a copy of this document, and I will forward this also to the NCOP, and I do not know if the MEC has that. I will forward it to the MEC as well, so that we can get action here, and that project that is lying there now for so long and not being able to finish, and I'm sure that also affects the money that has to come to the project so that can be finished. Further than that, I want to know about Hartbeespoort Dam. Hartbeespoort Dam is maybe one of the most important tourism attractions that we in Northwest have. The road surface surrounding the dam is being maintained by the athletic club. For every year that there's a marathon, they give money to the municipality to fix the road. The Honourable Mayor has launched the new jetpacker that was bought for services like fixing roads in Madibeng, in Hartbeespoort Dam. Since then, the people of Hartbeespoort Dam has never seen that. Parks Department is also absent for more than 3 years in Hartbeespoort Dam. If you go and see that about the Skumansville water treatment works, the community is without water due to no maintenance and no spare parts that is available. There are 5 sewer substations in Hartbees not working. Manholes in town overflow daily. And where does it go to? It goes to the dam that feeds Brits, Madibeng, and the whole area with the bulk water. So you are, Madibeng is polluting its own drinking water. Further than that, I just want to add that Hartbeespoort Dam area is producing 75% of the revenue, collected revenue for Madibeng, but never receives the services they need to have. Then, with regards to Makwasi Hills, Makwasi Hills does not have any services. Not from now, for weeks on end. The sewer is running at Kakala in Leeudoringstad, in the river, going to the Vaal for months. No attention. They're owing Sedibeng 130 million. They're owing Eskom 24 million. They are for more than 12 weeks, no solid waste is being removed. There's no, the electricity cherry picker is out of order and there are no spare parts to fix it. But the MEC, the late MEC Kekhakewe, produced a Section 106 report, but that report is withheld from the council. It has to be tabled in council, but to date it is withheld from the council. The service delivery is not happening as it should.
Sir,
yes.
We will still allow you, although we agreed on 5 minutes, but
okay.
You were not here when we took the decision, but we will still allow you.
Okay. The people of Makwasi Hills deserve to receive constitutional obligated services. And we have to see that this municipality suffers to that and see that these people receive services. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Professor. Honourable Jodofu, also the chairperson of the Select Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I want to start with the issues of water. And I'm going to make some proposals about what the province needs to do to to deal with issues of water. Firstly, water is one of the most important challenges facing the Northwest Province. And where I sit, I don't have confidence on the fact that as a province we are going to achieve goal number 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG, in relation to meeting the targets of water. And my view, notwithstanding the fact that water is a national competence, I propose that the province must come closer in terms of seizing directly with issues of water. And in this case, not only working with municipalities, but also developing a keen interest on how the water boards, especially the 3 water boards in the province, are functioning. For me, that is quite important, Chair. I'm saying this because there are issues with the current boards, the 3 of them. This year, the minister appointed new interim boards for both Magalies and NCOP. And the province played a minimum role in terms of ensuring who serves in those particular boards. That is your Magalies and your NCOP. And if the province plays an important role, in my view, in ensuring that we have the right people who serve in the boards, I think it can go a long way in terms of eliminating the challenges, and that the province in itself would come closer to the issues of water. For me, that is quite important. For example, Citibank straddles between Northwest, Northern Cape and Free State. It serves some of those areas in those provinces, and it's quite important that we know exactly what is happening in Citibank and so on and so forth. Magalies, as it were, some parts of Tshwane, Northwest, as well as the Waterberg district municipality. It is quite important that we play an important role in that respect. Now, I want to say this to the MEC. There is another board in Matlosana. It's called the Midval Water Company. It is largely owned by the municipality. I propose that the department and the government of the Northwest must come closer to that water board. That water board is very strategic. It has the capacity of producing 320 megaliters a day, and it only uses the capacity of about 150, which means that there is a spare capacity of about 170 megaliters a day. Now, in the past, for the last 15 years, there's been a discussion on how that board can be used, that capacity can be used to provide for the rest of the province, as well as to even reach Botswana. My proposal is that look at that, collaborate with the city of Matlosana and the Midval Water Board Company to discuss on how effective we can use that. I know that 15 years ago, a study indicated that we needed 600 million rands to ensure that we provide water to all those areas. Today, as we speak, if we had that 600 million rand, we wouldn't be sitting with this big problem of water. 5 years ago, I was told that it now requires 2.8 billion. When I checked this year, I'm told that you need 6 billion rands. My view is that just go and look at that, exploit it, because it can address largely the problems of water in the Northwest. That is quite important. And in that sense, my view is that we need to develop a plan on how we are going to achieve all of this. In terms of water, the province must pay a particular attention in dealing with the aspect of water, including the water boards, I suggest. The second point, Chair, in respect of Madibeng, we as politicians, we tend to be very critical, punch holes, identify where the weaknesses and attack. Sometimes fairly, sometimes unfairly, sometimes objectively, sometimes not objectively. But I listened to the presentation by the administrator of Madibeng, and I make the following observations. One is that with this intervention that started in August, it is the 5th time that Madibeng local municipality was placed under Section 139, the first being in 2010. Now, it seems to me that the problems are persisting, but listening to what the administrator was saying yesterday, within a year, I get a sense that because the intervention was in 2019, it ended in June this year. Again, August, there was another intervention. It seems to me that there are good prospects for the future. And when one listens to what the administrator was saying to us, you would get a sense that it's like he has been here for years in Madibeng, when the contrary is true. He's only been here for about a year. And the manner in which the administration has grappled with the issues and challenges facing the municipality, it inspires confidence. But what I like the most, and this was vindicated by the executive mayor, is that there is a working together between the administrator, the team, as well as the political leadership of the municipality, which is quite good. I may hasten to say that the select committee, our select committee, was here in August last year, and based on the fact that this municipality is placed under administration, it is clear that we are going to have to come within the prescribed period of the law to come back to Madibeng, to come and assess what is happening. But listening to how the municipality is dealing with the governance issues, putting up systems and structures and processes in place, looking on how they are doing cost-cutting and belt-tightening measures in the municipality, dealing with the issues of budget, conducting investigations, forensic investigations, and working and collaborating with the law enforcement agencies to deal with those particular issues, attending to the issues of service delivery. The sense that I get is that there is a lot that we can learn from this intervention, because I think since we started here, we have always said intervention is not working, it is politicized, it is not coherent, it is not done in a way that helps municipalities to turn around. But just sitting here individually in the way, even in the way that the presentation was made, which inspires confidence, as I said, I think there are good lessons that we can learn, and most probably on how to intervene in terms of Section 139. This Madibeng intervention can be used as a model across the country in terms of how we must intervene, because these problems that colleagues and members are raising about the intervention, they are widespread across the country. These are our general experiences, and we need a model on how we can intervene, and intervene in such a way that it will turn the municipality around. For me, that is quite important. Lastly, Chair, on Makwasi Hills, we last year, the same team that is here, our team, we were in Dr. KK last year around this time. We engaged with the municipality of Makwasi Hills as one of the municipalities in the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda region, and listening to what the mayor is saying and taking into account the observations by honorable members, I get a sense that instead of the municipality improving, it is further deteriorating. That is a sense that I'm getting. Persistently, there are issues of the audit opinion by the Auditor General, which points out to the fact that the municipality is regressing, which means, simply put, the situation is far worse than last year. I was also looking at the issues of UIF and W, your unauthorized, your irregular, your fruitless and wasteful expenditure in Makwasi Hills. They have gone up, unfortunately. I looked at the issues of the budget. The municipality still has adopted the unfunded budget, which means they budgeted the money that they don't have. I've quickly gone through the report of the National Treasury about the municipality itself. I pick up the following: that one, the cash coverage of the municipality, which means the operating cash within the municipality, it is very, very bad. It means if tomorrow people won't pay for the services, it means the municipality will collapse. And I say this from the report of the National Treasury. It says that the operating budget of the municipality is bad in relation to the income that it generates against the expenditure of the municipality. The expenditure is more than the income. It has a budget deficit. The municipality owe creditors a lot of money, and those include Citibank, Water Board, as well as ESCOM, and this seems to be going up day in and day out. The municipality is unable to complete or to properly implement its capital budget, and there are rollovers in respect of the municipality. The municipality is spending less than 1% on repairs and maintenance. As I indicated, fruitless and wasteful expenditure It's about 60% of the budget of the municipality. This information is readily available if you want to have it with the National Treasury. The short-term assets of the municipality is very bad. The liquidity ratio, which is
Honorable Dodovo,
the money that is available.
Honorable Dodovo, we will still allow you, but you have succeeded more than double the time.
Okay, let me
so
summarize.
you have started at 32. It's already going to 15 minutes.
Okay, let me summarize. It's fine, Chair. The essence of what I'm saying is that the situation in the municipality is deteriorating. What compounds the problem is that the late MEC, and this is a question that I want to ask to the municipality. The late MEC presented a Section 106 report. As we know that the Section 106 report is in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, where an investigation is undertaken on maladministration, on issues of fraud, nepotism, and corruption. And the report is available. And in terms of the norm, it must be tabled within council within a specified period. And my question is, why has that report not been tabled before Parliament, so that the oversight bodies within the municipality and the community of Makwasi Hill must interact with that report? Thanks, Chair. Sorry for taking such a long time. Thanks.
Thank you. Always I allow you more space and time because you deal with the portfolio daily. So we will also allow the rest of legislature to have time. Before we start, I don't know, are we going to start from the head of delegation of legislature and then move from yourself immediately to Honorable Kizo, and then anyone else after, so that we can just continue? Honorable Kabelo Maptaboho, Honorable Sonakile, Honorable Matswana, the Chair, Committee, Honorable Rabotapi, also Honorable Miha. We follow in that order. We will also allow Salga, if they want, after you are done. Take your time, help us find solutions for the following municipalities. Not maximums. We said 5 minutes, at least 7 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Chair, let me just quickly speak on one item so that I must not want to address all other issues. On the issue of Madibeng, the presentation from administrators was that they need extension. Maybe I must start by explaining that the 5th Northwest Provincial Legislature, we were not there, passed a resolution that says 139 is not helpful and that opposes 139. And we are having that as our legacy, and we are standing with it. It is a House resolution until it
Apologies, I just want to know, you are speaking as legislature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to put it on a record so
yes.
that Parliament must draft it as it is from legislature.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I'm only explaining the resolution of the House, and I do not expect any new Brenda Fassi creativity on this matter. Where we are, the legislature opposes Section 139. It is a House resolution that we inherited from the 5th NWPL. We are the 6th. We found it there. We are standing with it. And we have always said until it is reviewed. But we have also agreed that the Constitution provides that Section 139 should be considered. But we agree, we have deepened crisis in the province with 139. That is why we have said we need an intervention legislatively that would make provision or create a regulatory faculty for the implementation of 139. Without the regulatory faculty, we will continue with our
House resolution until it is reviewed. So the legislature would not support any 139. The House resolution is binding on all of us, and by inference, binding to those who represent the House at the other levels, including the NCOP. That is the only thing that I want. Now, when we respond to the issue of Madibeng, the administrators were here. They were here again for the second time. They are requesting the third time. We don't agree. It would not be our submission that it is not the intention of 139 to make the intervention permanent. That they have established good systems, processes, and that there are some form of base they have established. To us, it sounds sufficient. We stand with Section 154. That will be the only issue that I'm standing on it. But let me explain in the contextual understanding of the quotes made by Frank Herbert. Let me just present two quotes in the context of how we understand Herbert. Herbert, Frank, said, all governments suffer a recurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It is not that power corrupts, but that it is a magnetic to corruptible. Another quote, he says, the proximity of a desirable thing tempts one to overindulgence. On that path lies danger. Now the administrator, they are requesting overindulgence. We don't agree. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Dejo.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, firstly on Madibeng, we need to register our displeasure as the chair of public account. That we met with the municipality on the 29th of July through virtual, and represented obviously through the apology of the mayor by the acting mayor and the acting MM. And I think during that time, maybe it's a time where there was no administration. And I think firstly we must register our displeasure and the arrogancy displayed by this municipality. Wherein there were clear instructions to the municipality that they must furnish us with the report from the 29th of July. I'm on record, Chair, up until now, we didn't receive that report. And what does that mean? One, it's to undermine legislature, and it's a contempt. And I've been looking, I just want to verify that today when I come here with my office, and they said, one lady said, no, she forgot to send the information from the 29th of July up until now. And I think, Chair, the information that we needed, some of the information, I see it presented. And we have a responsibility as public account to report to the legislature. There are resolutions that must be adopted with the information. It means Madibeng issues are not going to be part of the resolution to be adopted to legislature because of their attitudes towards the committee. And I think members who are sitting here must understand that we don't raise this. We're raising the procedure and what's supposed to happen across, irrespective who's the
Apologies, Chair. Everything you are saying, it is noted and it is recorded. Thank you.
Now, part of the issues that we wanted the information, Chair, which I think the administrator reported on those issues. And I think it's a public knowledge again on the Auditor General report. And the Auditor General take it back. It's something that happened from 2018. The issue of unauthorized debit order of cookware and the DSTV. And there were root causes and recommendation given to the municipality by the Auditor General. Clear recommendation. I'm not talking yesterday, I'm talking from that time. And I was listening to the report yesterday that the municipality detected that there was a scam and they can't even commit as to is there anyone who's implicated on the matter. And the scam are used by home bodies. They can't just fly in. So I'm wondering how that scam happened if maybe there won't be any person implicated. And we wanted to know exactly what happened, because that matter was on public, Chair. The AGSA, Mr. Makwetu, was hard on the matter, and I think the public, not only the constituency of Madibeng, listened to him. That's the first issue. The second issue, Chair, is the credit card that was used. Also, it's part of the report. The Auditor General raised the matter, not yet been resolved.
Chair, while you are explaining to us, you must explain to us, if you have some of those reports, can you forward it to us also as MPs, to the different members, or you are just speaking as the chairperson, or it's a committee report?
No, I will send the public report currently to you, Chair. I'm with the Auditor General report. It's a public knowledge. All the report that I'm raising here, it's on public. It's from the Auditor General of 2018-2019. I'm not talking from my head, Chair, unfortunately. So, and I will send it right now, Chair.
So you can continue. I was talking about your committee. Did they have any formal report?
So, and the procedure is that if the Auditor General give you the root causes and the recommendation, he even provide you with a detailed report of management report, which spell out what must happen, which I think the municipality is supposed to have. And that report is the one that must be put as a post-audit action plan, and make sure that there is action plan with time frames. And this committee wanted that information because our reason to look for that information is to make sure that we assist the municipality not to have a repeat finding. So I think I'm not going to talk about the issue of water. Honorable members have touched the issue of water deriving from a visitation. I'm not going to enter to a space of 139 as the leader of delegation have dealt with the matter, which I think we must just follow what is the resolution of the House. I'm not going to enter to that one, Chair, but safe to say there was another issue that it's raised by Auditor General, and it's part of the report from the administrator. But the administrator, when he was reporting on it, he reported on the issue of loan of PIC as contingency liability. But the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the loan, and what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason of the PIC. And the committee wanted a detailed report as to what is the reason what was the loan for? Where did the money be used? Because this municipality is having a number of problems, and our responsibility is to look for value for money. We wanted to know if there was a loan, how did the municipality use the loan? From the 29 up until now, we didn't get that report. And if we don't get that report, it deprives the public information that it's necessary for the public. Not for the committee only, because we're representing the public, Honorable Chair. So the other matter, and I think even yourselves, Chair, and I remember when Mr. Makwetu was presenting the report of municipality to NCOP, provinces were part. This municipality was one of the top municipality on payment of consultant by 34 million, the highest. Club with the payment of staff, it went to 69 million. And again, the Auditor General, it's on record. That information is on AG's report, and that will be forwarded to yourself, Chair. And we just wanted to see maybe how did they deal with the matter of consultant, because the consultants are taking a lot of money, and that's a concern across all municipalities, which I think maybe administration will be able to assist as to, and the Auditor General even make a comparison, and I think, I'm not sure, he even use the number of the amount of consultant money paid to employees and the number of employees responsible. And he was on public. And I think we can't just live here without dealing with that matter, because most money are taken by consultant who doesn't bring life to municipalities, which I think maybe they will be able to address that matter properly, maybe when they responded, Chair. But I think, Chair, between the two municipalities, which is Madibeng and Makwasi Hills, if you check them on the audit outcome from 2015 to 2019, the past 4 financial year, you make comparison. Madibeng is having 4 disclaimers, whilst Makwasi Hills is having 2 disclaimers. We're making comparison on performance, Chair. Though the issues that are raised by Auditor General differ municipality to municipality, but it's important just to paint a picture that this municipality has been stagnant for a long time. And I think during that time there was administration, and administration came 2018. We hope 2018, 2019 still the outcome was remained the same. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we improve the audit outcome. And part of improvement of the audit outcome is to respond to recommendation of Auditor General. If you don't respond to issues of Auditor General, disregard them, disregard an advice from committees that needs to assist, then it means you will end up being worse than before. I'm not predicting what will happen on the coming financial year, Chair, but I'm talking about the trend that we're having across the municipalities. But coming to Makwasi Hills, I'm looking on the report, and fortunate enough, both these municipalities pass our committee before they come here. And I know all their issues. But this report is lacking information pertaining I'm looking on the report that of Makwasi Hills from page 15, Chair, water service, sanitation service, electricity service. But the report is lacking. The issues of a long-standing informal settlement at Lebaleng. And that matter has been even forwarded to a petition committee of legislature. We happened to visit the area. The area is very bad. No water, no sanitation for a long time. And it doesn't find any expression from the report. And I see the report, it's talking about illegal connection. And we are from Okasi, where there is informal settlement. There is an informal settlement of long, maybe 4 or 5 years. Maybe the same thing will happen where those people choose to connect electricity legal because they can't just sit there without electricity. And this report, the information is lacking here. The other one, Chair, when they appear, Lebaleng, and I agree with the speaker from Salga yesterday when he was saying, maybe we must consider as legislature or government to blacklist the contractors who doesn't finish their work. The unfinished project at Lebaleng. But the contractor it's been given another work elsewhere. Now, in the province, and the report doesn't talk to that, and we are fully aware that that matter doesn't reside in the municipality, but the areas are within the municipality, houses are in the municipality. It's part of their responsibility to ensure that there is service delivered. But they quiet on that matter. And we're hard on that matter because our responsibility is to make sure that there is service delivered. We want to know why they missed that matter here, which I think become critical for us to look on the matter. But other matters that were raised, Chair, by other honorable members, just not to waste your time, I'm not going to enter to that space. I just wanted to raise these matters because if I can live here without raising them, I won't be doing justice to the public. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Matabogo.
No, thank you, Chair. My sincere apologies. I was not present when the presentation on Madibeng was made. So if there are issues that perhaps might have been covered at that time, we'll deal with it. I always say, and agreeably with the chair of the select committee, who is a former MEC of local government. And at some stage, me and him in our other lives were running around Madibeng because the department had resolved to put it under 139. Now, perhaps that discourse must happen between the NCOP and the legislature, and do a thorough assessment. I like what the honesty on the report of Makwasi, where they state that sometimes the challenges that they have encountered throughout the years at which they've been put under 139. Now, intervention in itself, I always argue, and local government practitioners always have a different view, that local government is an institution. Now, political parties manage a certain aspect of that institution, which is their councillors. Now, constitutionally, yes, 139 becomes an intervention, but an intervention without measurable objectives and without success cannot be repeated. You can't react to the same problem. You can't give the same response to the problem. At some stage, you must try and find other alternative measures. And I've always argued that the problems in local government, in most instances, are political. And therefore, you cannot give a technical response to a political problem. But like I say, it should be a debate that perhaps we should have as we go on in the future. I just have a few questions. That is there any, the COVID-19 expenditure report, normally it must contain service providers. What we do, even with departments, is to assess the percentage of local beneficiaries. Is there any specific reason why it does not have those service providers and probably where they are domiciled? Because the intention is always to look at and assess the involvement of local service providers. I do not see on the report any indication based on what Honorable Gliso has raised and the disclaimers that the municipality consistently have. I do not see the emphasis on the post-audit action plan and its intention. Madibeng has always had a problem of the usage due to the water shortages. Has always had a problem of usage of water tankers, contracted water tankers. It has been a problem for quite some time. Is there still usage of those water tankers, and annually, what is the estimated value, contractual value thereof? The last one is the issue of the investment into VPS. Whether has there been consequence management to that effect, and what are the plans of the municipality to recoup the public money that was lost in that process? Thank you, Chair.
Is that all, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go first to Honorable Sonakile. We'll skip Honorable Matwana and continue Honorable Sonakile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'll start with Makwasi Hills. I think members have said a lot, so I'll just say a few points and questions on them. I think similar to Mafikeng with what we did yesterday, with Makwasi, I think their report we must also get a follow-up report that will include issues that are lacking in the report, especially your issues of your UIFWE and consequence management that the municipality has taken throughout the years, your issues of investigations. I think there was a long ongoing investigation that took place in Makwasi, on the issues of your white fleet and yellow fleet. Maybe we should get that as part of the report as to how far is it, because I think it was commissioned sometime 2017 and there's still nothing that has ever came out of it. The issues of the fraudulent checks that once came from Makwasi, the presidential proclamation that was made around 2014-15 into your issues of your allegations of SCM, I think they must also be part of the report. Maybe issues of your COVID-19 procurements as well must be included, as well as the state of the municipality. I see that on the state of political leadership, the municipality went to town and did quite well on your vacancies. Then, Chairperson, on page 4 of the report, the municipality gives a picture of how its committees are sitting regularly and all that. I'm looking at this report here and I'm looking at what the AG is saying in terms of your irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, that the municipality is not really dealing with these matters. So I would want to find out, because unlike most municipalities in the Northwest, Makwasi appears to have a disciplinary board. So what is the holdback in them dealing with some of these issues? Maybe a report on that as to what is the status, what work has this disciplinary board done, and when was it formulated? Then this one I think is just an issue worth noting, Mayor. Makwasi, you must guard against the excessive use of consultants, as has been highlighted by the AG on his report. I think Honorable Griso went to town about it. Then last one, on your page 7, I think MEC, Makwasi Hills should actually be used as a benchmark as you go to do that guideline that will guide how Section 139 should be used. Because they raise issues that I raised when I was speaking on your 139 yesterday, that some of the problems that emanate out of these interventions, while the intention might be good to assist the municipality, there are always issues of space, especially in terms of duties, who's supposed to do what in terms between council. Because like I was saying, some terms of reference were even giving administrators powers of council, and that created problems. So I think some of the issues here on your whole clarifications that they have highlighted here, and how this Section 139 will work in hand with what the MFMA says on your issues of who the accounting authority, accounting officer is in terms of accounting for decisions of the municipality. Then on Madibeng, when you read this report, and I think it's something that as a committee we must keep checking progress on, it gives you a picture that this administration is working, especially on issues of discipline and issues of enforcing the code of conduct. Because I was worried when the administrator was presenting and he kept on saying suspended. But as he elaborated further, he says this are as a result of the work that this administration has done in terms of your consequence management. So if indeed the picture that we are getting from this report is true, then I think Madibeng will serve as a benchmark of administrations as well on how best administration should be run, because it gives you a picture of work being done in terms of your discipline issues and all that. Then on the issue of your Section 79 committees that are not fully functional, I would want the municipality to tell us what are the challenges besides issues of your quorum, and how does the municipality intend on addressing those issues, because that is where the bulk of oversight work is done by the municipality. And if you're going to be reading one newspaper and the other about issues of irregularities in the municipality, we always ask that where was this, your MPECs and this portfolio committees, and when you get a report that they are not functioning fully, then it gives you a picture that something must be done. Also on the support that is to be provided to your MPEG, because the last interaction we had with Madibeng MPEG, they were saying that they do not get any support from the municipality, hence they cannot do their job properly. So it might be that you are reporting to us that they are not fully functional, but you are not telling us on the support that you are supposed to be giving them as to whether you are doing that part or not. I would also want the municipality to also share with us that how much are they spending in terms of salaries from their equitable share, because I see their vacancy rate is so high. I would be very concerned if it's a similar situation to Obojanala, because I see there are so many vacancies here, but there's no sense of how much already you are spending on salaries as a municipality. Then on other issues, I think members have captured them. I would also want the municipality to give us a plan on how they intend to deal with issues of non-payment of services, especially on communities and townships that you've mentioned there. Is there any plan? Because I see mostly it's where your indigents might be. So what is the plan that you'll be dealing with the non-payment, so that you don't just list it that it's issues of non-payment and there's no solution to it? I also want to find out, there was a letter, I think it was a directive that was taken by the Minister Sisulu around your April this year on issues of your, it was actually an intervention in terms of Section 421(1)(a) of the Water Services Act for Makhalis to intervene in the upgrade of your bulk water supply and sanitation. I want to find out how far is the progress on that one? Was an agreement ever reached between you, Makhalis, and the department, and how far is that in terms of progress? Is it moving? Because part of that letter was saying that some of these functions will only be returned to you once you are capable, because at this stage you are not. So I would want to find out how far you are with that one. Then on the issue of the 1 billion that the AG is reporting for them, as the money that the municipality is owing to PIC. While I note the report that you've given us that it is from a previous, the erstwhile Brettsman to Town Council, I would want also to find out that in order for us and NCOP to assist you with the IGR, facilitating IGR processes on that, maybe give us a detailed report as to what the loan was for, what happened over the years, because what I've been told is that initially the amount was not there, but as the years went by, it ended up reaching 1.1 billion, which is where it is now. I know you said that it's still before the courts and all that, but just as a report to say what happened, how did we get there? Then I think also as part of your report from the Madiben side, please list all the criminal cases that were opened by the municipality and the progress thereof. I know this municipality has had criminal cases that were opened against former MMs, your Mapulanas and others. That progress was never registered around your 2009s and so on. So maybe let's get a full list of all those reports, so that as we go into that engagement SCOPA chair with the SIUs and the police, we are able to track what happened to some of those cases. Because when it comes to municipalities and criminal cases, sometimes we blame municipalities for issues that are not solely them. It's issues that have to do with these investigators and your law enforcement agencies not doing their work or either being captured, which is a space that at some point we must get into. Then on the 2018-19 financial year AG report, one issue that comes strongly again, it's one that I spoke about yesterday, whereby, for example, you have a staff on your BTO of about 134 that you are spending about 33 million on. Then you still bring in consultants at a rate of about 35 million, which means now you have two bills of your finance section, one on the BTO section, one being consultants, now an additional one being administration team that I'm not sure how much it is costing. So I would want to see the administration tapping into that space. I don't think on your 2019-20 we must be getting usage of consultants while we have finance experts and all that who are supposed to be doing this AFSs that consultants are not doing quite well. I would also welcome the response on the illegal debits of your AMC ports and all others. But I think it's now time for Madibeng to start looking into your issues of systems. You would remember that this is not the first time. You are saying that this seems like a scam that is being investigated and all that, but this is not the first time. This very same municipality has had an issue of a credit card that was used to buy in Brett's Mall. There was a story around it. I remember in SCOPA, we had recommended that while you had dealt with the person who had done that, there were still more heads that needed to roll. So it means that there are really serious issues around your finance systems in issues of dealing with your cards and all that. And I think the last one, Honorable Mataboge touched on it. It's on your issue of your COVID-19 expenditure. While we welcome that you gave us this report, but make it detailed. We would want to know who are the service providers, what is the quantity of these items that you bought. We've had very bad experience in these provinces with your JB Max, your Mamusa and your Ngaka, whereby you'll find that they just list it like this, but as you drill down into the numbers, you find that sanitizers were bought at about 1,000 each. So don't just list a mask surgical, then say 794,000. Tell us how many masks did you procure and where did you get them? We've seen companies that its owners are no longer living, having procured and having been saving some of these municipalities. So we want to know who are these people, and tell us which process did you use, were they deviations, quotations, and what happened. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Micha, and then Honorable Rabatapi. The last one will be Honorable Motswana to wrap up from the province side because of he's the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I'll just shoot straight to my questions that I think are not many. I would want to start with Makwasi Hills and take a cue, Honorable Chair, from what my colleagues have said, Honorable Gleso and Honorable Sonakile, to say maybe we must request the municipality to go and strengthen the report. I think some of the aspects Honorable Sonakile indicated them, your COVID-19 report, your investigations, and your financial performance, just to also add your MIG performance, because I think what we are seeing in the report might be what is in the plans for 2021 or 2019-2020, I'm not sure, but what I think we are seeing here does not necessarily give a picture of what the performance of MIG is. But maybe also before that, I would have thought that the mayor will tell us where is the municipal manager, because we would be expecting that the administration of the municipality is here just to get a sense of what is expected of them, and also key to give a support to the political leadership of the municipality. I note the fact that the mayor has indicated that the technical director is somewhere on his way, but just to understand where is the municipal manager of the municipality. Secondly, I think on Makwasi, just to get a sense whether the outgone Section 139 1B administrators have been able to give a report, a close-up report to the municipality. I note the fact that they have been having issues around those interventions, but just to give a report to say what is it that they have done for the municipality to also understand what should be the way forward based on that report. But to a large extent, Honorable Chair, I'm not getting much of the information in terms of Makwasi Hills, which I think I agree with the point that says let's get a consolidated report which has got more information. On Madibeng, Chair, we must indicate that as we get a presentation yesterday, we could get more of the information that we think if most of the municipalities would give us this information. And I think I also agree with my colleagues to say let it have more other information, especially on your COVID-19s and other informations on your investigations and so forth. But Chair, you would remember that we went to the ground yesterday, and what I would want to raise in terms of what we have experienced in addition to what I raised yesterday, is that we have experienced an illegal connection, which the municipality said to us they don't have a plan in terms of what is happening at Okasi's illegal connection on your informal settlement, which I think would have to have a plan. Honorable Chair, what we got yesterday was that the land is not suitable for a residential area, and therefore the people there will have to be moved. But also that the municipality indicated that they've not identified a land where they will be moving those people to, but also to say those people are resisting to move from that area. I know that there was an issue that was raised to say there's an intention by the department to provide some CRUs for those people, but those people do not want CRUs and so forth and so forth. But from where I'm sitting, we will have to have a solution on those people. And I want us to maybe benchmark with what happened in Rooigrond at some point, Honorable Chair, and what happened in Ottoshoop in your Mahikeng local municipalities. In Rooigrond, people stayed there as informal settlements, but at some point, ESCOM provided electricity to those people. And now RDP houses are built, and still people are being provided with electricity. There are areas where the ESCOM are now moving, had to move now the connection from the informal settlement to the RDP houses that they have built. Maybe we must look at how best can we utilize that for the current info. We were told that there are 13 informal settlements in Okasi. Let's look at how best can we utilize the Rooigrond setup in this instance. Secondly, of Ottoshoop, for a long period of time, your NHBRC, I don't know whether HOD will assist, whoever makes checks the land, whether it's suitable or not, said to us for a long time that people can't stay in Ottoshoop. But I can tell you there are RDP houses that have been built there because all of a sudden the same department then said there are some areas in Ottoshoop where people can stay, and therefore then RDP houses were built and people are staying there. So maybe we must look into that. How can we copy that for the informal settlements that we have in Okasi? Because our people will tell you how long they have been there and how they understand that area and why they think that they can stay in that area. So I think we need to make some more researches and assist our people in that kind, because the reality is that there are people there, they've got the right to dignified lives, and we've got the responsibility to provide services to them. So we will have to do something around the area of informal settlements and the illegal connections that we are seeing. The confirmation that we got from the Madibeng yesterday is that there's a lot of money that is being utilized in that illegal connection, which then the municipality bear costs too. But the municipality is not necessarily having plans. But where I'm sitting, Honorable Chair, we will have to have plans and see how best can we assist those communities there. A part of what we have seen yesterday, Honorable Chair, is this your water and sewer plants. We have heard how your sewer plants in, I think it was in Mututlu and in the other areas, how they discharge that into the rivers. But we have not heard of a solution to that, whether there's a plan to assist that situation. And I'm not, unless maybe I was still outside, I did not hear how the Department of Water and Sanitation assists the situation. The report that we got yesterday was that situation has been there for years. And I think the department has also been there for many more years. But the Department of Water and Sanitation is not necessarily coming clear on how is it assisting the situation. How do we really sleep our nights over when we know that there are animals that are drinking dirty water there, when we know that even at some point there was a child who died because of the situation that we have seen in Motutlong yesterday. So I'm saying the Department of Water and Sanitation might not necessarily be assisting the situation, and that is happening in municipalities, especially to their responsibility that I think they have to carry in this regard. What I think would want to also hear from the Department of Water and Sanitation is how are they assisting Nakamotoro Mulema District Municipality, which I think where they are sitting, their view is that Citibank Water is more of a problem than to assist them on the challenge that they have in terms of provision of water. And what they think must happen is that the Citibank Water must go, and they must then provide water on their own, which I don't think they have the capacity. What is it that the department is doing to assist that situation? I know that the department, the COCTA department, has been implementing some projects in relation to water, but I can tell you, for an example, the report that we got from the department, the COCTA department yesterday, tells you that there's some 19 million rand spent in Zwaing, in Kopela areas for water improvement, but there's no water as we speak in Kopela. There's no water in Ottosdal, for an example. The Ottosdal area that is near Klerksdorp, the Klerksdorp area that has got your Val River, but that area, I don't know whether it's simply because it is in Zwaing, suffers a lot in terms of water provision. When I think the department, together with the COCTA department and the Department of Water and Sanitation, should have a solution in assisting that area and other areas in the area of Zwaing and other areas of Zwaing on the provision of water. You have a situation where in deep rural areas, people can only access water at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, midnight. And you can imagine what happens to the aged people in the area. Whether we're expecting our pensioners to then wake up at 12 o'clock and get that drip of water that will be coming out only in the midnight. And during the day, there's totally no water in the areas of Nakamotoro Mulema. What is the Lihurutsi areas that we know that has got your Dinokanas? How are we utilizing that to ensure that people of Lihurutsi get water? Because that area also is the driest in terms of water in rural areas. I think to a large extent, Honorable Chair, the report of Madibeng, there's a portion that talks to your, what's that? That talks to your operational constraints. I think it's page, there's no page, but it talks to operational constraints on service delivery. Just to check, how is the current intervention on Section 139 intending to resolve these problems on the constraints that the municipality is experiencing? We have heard of your 8 senior managers in acting positions, with four of the senior managers being in suspension. I'm not sure whether there's a plan to resolve, whether it will be the other 4 in ensuring that we fill those positions, maybe while we are waiting for the finalization of processes of the other 4 senior managers in terms of filling of those positions. I think for now, maybe I must pause and with the hope that my honorable chair will then cover other aspects. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mika. Honorable Botapi.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues have covered me in most questions. However, Chair, I would like to find out from Madibeng what is the situation with the Klebgat sewer plant, because we did not make an oversight there. And the last time I heard about it, sewer was being discharged into Tolwane River, which has become a threat to livestock. And the sooner we hear we do something about this, Chair, the better. This is actually, Chair, a threat to both our livestock and children. And we should actually do something about this. I'm referring to all the municipalities when it comes to sewer spillage, which has become a modern-day threat, and not only in our province, but nationally. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Botapi. Short and powerful, straight to the point. Water is a crisis. Thank you. Motswana, you are the last and the official and the chair of the province of local government and also office of the premier. You can take your time. Focus on what you think is the best solutions. In future, we will put, I have advised Honorable Kim 4 times he must use that site, but I don't know, maybe, and I've advised that we are united.
Most of us are sitting that side.
I'm used to it. Yesterday I applaud all of us for the unity we have. I don't know. Thank you, Honorable Kim. Apologies, Honorable Motswana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to be very brief and short. One is that I have been largely covered by my colleagues, but there's only one issue that I just want to get clarity, and it's directed to Madibeng. One is that in the past, I should think if not 2 years ago, there was a presidential accord that was its own objective was to assist the mining distressed towns. So I just want to check as to how far is that process of assisting municipalities, if that Madibeng was one of those municipalities that were part of the presidential accord. The question is being triggered by what Honorable Lena Mika just said about the informal settlements that are in Madibeng, which I think it impedes a lot in terms of what is it that government is doing and on service delivery. So I should think that's one point. The other point is on the, I'm not sure what is the correct word to use, but dislodging of Hartebeespoort Dam. I didn't get Department of Water Affairs talking about the project that was meant to clean Hartebeespoort Dam. So we just want to get more information.
Time, honorable member. Don't rush. Don't rush. Take your time. All my honorable members had taken their time. You don't have to rush. Take your time. You are protected. Please relax. Take your time. The rest of the matters that you feel need to be attended to, even if you recall some matter once or twice, we are here to find solutions. We are not going to rush you. Take your time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, one issue from my side again, it's on the The water losses that our province, we all know that it's a water-stricken province, but what is it that is there in place to ensure that we cap water losses? I haven't seen any plans in both municipalities, in fact in the whole province, where there's a concerted efforts in ensuring that we cap the water losses as a result of us being a water-stricken province. Thank you very much.
Honorable Matswana, because we are visiting your province, let me say something short so that I must not be the last one on this one. Honorable MEC, I want you to start by doing the following in conjunction with Honorable HOD. Please note it down. There's some small quick wins because of the triple challenges we are facing in municipalities relating to poverty, unemployment, inequality, and pushing back the frontiers of poverty. By doing the following, the quick wins, HOD. Thank you, MEC. MEC, please, let's get the focus paying attention. Your chief directors are not here. You are alone. The wind is blowing very fast on top, and you need to take some drastic measures of making sure you are getting the necessary support needed from your officials. Thank you. Basic things in the Department of Transport, where the chairperson of the Select Committee on Transport, the chairperson of Select Committee where we are in Transport, and also the chairperson of Transport in the province, must join hands in the following small quick wins with the MEC. We're going to all municipalities. Because of COVID-19, our youth are struggling with jobs. When they arrive at traffic centers, they stand for 6 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. They even camp out just to renew or to do their license or anything for being able to apply for a job. We need to go to traffic centers in all municipalities and try to, where there is a problem, and fix it. An example of one of those problems is Mafike. We need to, I'm also the whip of Transport National and the NCOP. We are going to attend to such matters. People need jobs. Some of them need to renew license. Some of them need to renew cars. We are not addressing key issues, back to basic, small issues. We are allowing people to suffer and struggle just because we feel we have to sleep 2 hours longer. Why? We are going to do a follow-up visit on another leg, and I can guarantee you the basic issues must be corrected. Municipalities, some of your basic issues, it's lights, refuse removal, potholes, it's small things, cleaning. Focus on them. Focus on them. While we are going to assist and use the necessary support, the administrator will make sure the directive of the minister, whether it is likable or not likable, unfortunately, the issue of Mahalis will be implemented. Thank you, Honorable Administrator. Thank you, Administrator, for that advice for now. We need your chief directors in your department, MEC, the young ones, to boost Mr. Motoko, the HOD. Boost him. Revitalize him, motivate him, encourage him, so that we can do the right thing just for supporting and making sure we take services to the people. Let's make sure we do the correct thing. Our people need services. Our people need to hear the voice of the masses, is to say, let's push back the frontiers of poverty. We are here for local government. We are not here for something else. We have to make sure what we came here for, some issues is addressed. We cannot go back and then, no, the pop het nooit gedaan. It was useless to come here. We have wasted the parliament's resources. The pop moet dance, MEC. Someone must dance. Where there's no services and you can implement some services, MEC, please act. You are the MEC. You are the executive authority in that department, member of the executive authority. Basic things, your media, when you speak, you have been here the whole week.
Office of the Premier is putting it on live. Legislature is putting it live. Everyone is putting it live. Where is local government? Where are they? No, man. We are not here running a tavern or something. Can we get focused, please? We need to get feedback on the following. We need to understand the way forward. Let's work together. We appreciate the Premier for spending 2 full days, the first days with us. Waking up early, going with us to site visits, making sure he sees problems himself. He has a relationship which some of us don't have amongst ourselves, where we come from, because of we see certain people. If I don't like a certain person as landsman, even if that person have closed a pothole, because of my political beliefs, I say there's badness, while there's small improvement. We never encourage each other to do good and acknowledge the good. We must stop our divisional views. We must help each other to build. And where you can't deliver, accept people, move aside. Move aside, don't waste our time. Don't waste the time of the masses. Do not waste the time of the poorest of the poor. We want services to the people, a basic thing. People want license. People want, they are standing in queues from 8 o'clock from 4 o'clock in the morning in Mafikeng, and there's many other areas. While we are the people that are supposed to address these problems, we pass the area and some of us are saying, like myself, hey, this is bad. I'm saying it, I'm the whip of transport. I pass it, I say, hey, this is bad. Why are we not addressing the problems? We need to make sure the following get addressed. ESCOM must be called to the department on the issue of projects that are done that cannot start operating, based on the report of Mahalis and Water Department. We need to find a solution. When projects are done and handover is done, but there's no support just to make sure our people get the necessary water, what is the delay? What is the delay? Administrator, if you have heard very clear what Honorable Micha have said, let's not follow the easy ways out, please. Let's be focused. You are one of the longest people I know. 16 years back, you sent me to China for CDW, Community Development Workers. 16 years back, you were Chief Director. You know the skills, you know the tactics, you know everything. I'm asking you, let's go back to the following words of Honorable Micha. In Rooigrond, there was illegal moving on lands. If you go to Rooigrond now, go and see, it's beautiful as Soweto. It's very beautiful. There's water, there's electricity, there's roads, there's houses. If we had the approach you were taking, where were those people going to stay on the game reserve? I don't know. Let's focus. Let's focus. We do not need to remove everyone because we want to prove a point of power. If we can deliver faster than to relocate them, why not? Why did it succeed in Ottoswoop and in Rooigrond? Why can it not succeed other places? You have the necessary skills and capabilities to use at your disposal and implement and get the necessary support from national. Stop doing the easy things. Stop doing the things that we just want to complain. We are here to lead the people. We are here to make sure those people who cannot talk for themselves, we talk for them. Let's not rush the easy way. All of us, including myself. I'm one of the culprits who sees people suffering on license. But I sleep, I pass, I say, hey, it's bad. Hey, it's bad. They can't even apply for a job. It's one of the things you must also respond to, as all of those municipalities that are going to respond on your issues of your local testing centers and your police municipal directorate of safety. From my side, Department of Water, you see the struggleization of Citibank, Mahalis and others, we need a document from yourself, guiding us, what you think. We can't think always for you. You are the experts there. You are the professionals. Give us a way forward. Stop only complaining. And also say to us which ones you think, because some of you don't put the right figures at the right places. Some of you, those claims are not a total reflection of what has happened on the ground. When we do oversight, as we have done yesterday, some of you claim for things that has never happened. Let's correct those mistakes. That's why some municipalities have small problems of SLAs and the following, because of we are lacking in doing the basics of making sure we follow the course of SLA, service level agreements, so that we can do the things the correct way. We must not have someone running away. I will hand over to the chairperson of the committee in the province. Is also the chairperson of the Premier's office. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Fortunately, I'm not going to take long because the rest of the team from the legislature has went to town on many other issues that one would have liked to cover. Let me start with your report on the DWS. I think we somehow, Chair, we could not prohibit you to allow them to make a presentation because it's your meeting. But it's not going to assist if DWS makes that particular presentation and we have not yet entertained reports on issues of water from respective municipalities. And I'm going to show you an example and why we have, as a portfolio committee, resolved to convene a meeting between the boards and your DWS at some stage. I think it's next month, starting with Dr. Resem and Nakamudiri Mulema, and we will then follow with your municipalities in Bojanala and Dr. KK, because the issues of the powers and functions in the province is a problem. And we have said this, Honorable MEC, and to the minister, that it requires that this thing must be attended. You have a province where in another parts, in the far west, where you have Nakamudiri Mulema and RSM, which does not have powers and functions, and you come to Bojanala and KK, the municipalities in those areas are having powers and functions. And there hasn't been an explanation since I became a councillor in 2006. I've heard repeatedly that it is because municipalities does not have capacity. And I've always persistently asked this question: who should then create that particular capacity? Now, here is a disjuncture, and this is what we are doing as government, both national, provincial, and at local government. And local government then bear the brunt of what then becomes a contradiction at the level of national and a provincial government. That you have, through the division of revenue, allocations of resources to the district municipality.
Due to respect, please also use laws, powers, and functions guiding us as legislatures, as parliament and legislature. When you speak, let's use power. We cannot speak forever. Come with the resolutions. We are going to work together to solve the problems.
And that is the solution.
Thank you.
The act in itself, the division of revenue, directs that the powers are with the MEC Coxter and the minister to change the issue of the powers and function. That it does not take away the responsibility, it directs that who should have the last word in who to allocate the powers and function. It indicates that in the instances that a category C municipality in the district municipality, which is NACA and RSM, does not comply with what is prescribed within your Division of Revenue Act, what then Treasury should do, and we're not doing that. It is directing that Treasury should withhold money is transferred to the district municipality and transferred directly to the required municipality. Your district municipality, for instance, would not transfer funds to local municipalities, citing lack of or non-existence of your service level agreement. Treasury is on record within the very same prescribed act that we transfer to you monies nonetheless the absence of your service level agreement. So there's no service level agreement between the district and national, but national treasury does transfer money. When it's supposed to then be that a district municipality is supposed to transfer money to the local municipality, it then side or hide behind lack of service level agreement. Now the act does not leave that as a gray area. It then directs that what is the powers of the national minister of finance and that of the provincial MEC of treasury. So it is not been done and so on and so on. And in the instance that there's perpetual non-compliance by the district municipality, then the MEC Cogstar, working with the Minister of Cogstar, will then have to take those particular functions from the district municipality and direct them to, as it is the case with Pujanala and KK. So I'm emphasizing that particular point, that whatever issues that you find now in Makwasi Hills, the next municipality in the 50 kilometers from Makwasi Hills is your Mamusa. It is your Broom of Christiana Legwataiman. And we are saying to the communities 50 kilometers apart that this particular municipality is different from you. 50 kilometers apart. Most of those particular people are relatives and so on and so on. So that is where the problem is. And unless we deal with that particular part, and I'm going to show you an example. In your page 16 of the report of your Department of Water, it says the drought water services infrastructure grant, and it has allocated monies to Ngakamudiri Mulema, 157 million. It says the rollover amount for 2019-2020, 0. Number of projects under construction, 0. Number of projects completed, nothing, blank. But the expenditure, the actual expenditure for 2018-19 is 152,302,008. Huh? This 152 million that was spent, there's no number of projects under construction, nothing. Number of projects completed, nothing. Yet the money has been spent, it has been given to Ngaga, it is there in writing. It is a report, it's not my report. You go to Khetling, in the same area, they've given them 25 million for 18 and 19. Actual expenditure 18-19, 1 million. Rollover requested for 19-20, 23.9 million. Number of projects under construction, 1. Number of projects completed, 0. Khetlen River, 44 million, 44.3 million given in 18-19. Actual expenditure is 20. Rollover 23. Number of projects under construction, 5. Number of projects completed, 0. Now, I'm not going to shy away from saying there's a collusion here, Honorable Chair. And they should dispute that particular matter, because why would you give consistently money to Kheteng when they can't spend that money? Now, take 43.3 and just add with your 25 million there. Was sitting at almost 80 million transferred to the municipality, but the municipality is unable to just finish one project. not talk of Ngaka Mudiri Mulema. I will not talk of Ngaka Mudiri Mulema. For some reason, Ngaka Mudiri Mulema, it's been treated with kid gloves by the department. You don't understand a situation where such municipalities given huge amounts of monies. There's no report from Treasury, there's no report from Water Affairs, there's no report from Coxstar that this municipality, which is a Category C municipality, is not assisting its sister municipalities, which are Category Bs. In Mafikeng, in Disobotla, in Ramotshere Mulwa, in Tswaing. So of recent, we are from a site visit after appearing before SCOPA that they are saying they've upgraded a treatment plant, and we went to the treatment plant, there's nothing. They are saying they are doing work in Colini. I've been to Colini, I've got pictures here. All I could see was just a vacant land. Yet money has been spent. They are not arrested, you make cases and all of this. But so it talks to then collusion. Those that are involved are colluding. Money has been thrown into a municipality. Municipality would make as if there's a project and then money goes missing. And we are supposed to then appear on TV for no reason whatsoever. And this is what NCOP should then, upon getting back, don't do this thing that you did last year when you were in the province. That you go on and make us a report that a particular municipality has IFP councillors when there's no single IFP councillor in the province here. It means that report was not of the Northwest. Because here in Matibeng and in JB Max, the meeting did not take place. But the standing committee went on to conclude a report, which ultimately they then used the report to then say the municipalities qualify for implementation of Section 139. Now, we will call the department and we will go to town on these particular issues because the very same boards, they are being given huge amounts of monies by government, and they are expected to provide technical expertise to where the municipality is lacking. In most of the time, those people come with a buggy, 2 people in a buggy, and they will go to a borehole, do some work, and then seed that very same set special technical expertise that they are saying they are having to another third party. Remember, a board is been given money and it is even billing municipalities. But the very same board is not able to do the work that is billing the municipality for. So it's billed the municipality, but then go and procure a service provider to come and do what they were supposed to do. SCD Bank, Machalis and others. What are we doing? When we could have gone straight and do that work on ourselves. Added to what then municipalities themselves are doing by not creating that particular capacity. So I'm just pointing out that Water Affairs must just prepare along that particular lines. I think the meeting is in the next coming 3 weeks or so, so that we should iron out those particular. In my view, Chair, you don't need these particular boards. You need these particular functions that are vested with this particular boss to be taken over by the Department of Water Affairs and cut the third party thing of this particular boss that we don't know why are they existing there and paying themselves exorbitant salaries when they cannot provide solutions. We are sitting with all of this particular sewage is flowing into the river in Khetleng, in Disobotla is the same, and so on and so on. Rivers have been polluted, and yet you are channeling monies to boards and everywhere else, not where the problem is. Now, the report in Matibeng, just to run quickly, Chair, because I have to join this meeting of the briefing of the Minister of Finance. I'm unable to point out to pages because the document is not numbered. On Section 139, just after the integrity management framework, The last bullet point there, it says a closeout report was presented to Madibeng Local Municipality Council on the 30th of August 2020. And I'm going to point out that added to what Honorable Swahili said about the House resolution, how is it difficult that you want to work in a municipality with whatever that you call it, Section 139 or so, and you refuse totally to give a closeout report so that we can measure your performance and progress in a particular municipality, a closeout report to the legislature, and so on. So here, it's a closeout report when already Coxstar had already went to EXCO to request another extension of 139(1)B. So we are extending, but we have not seen a closeout report. I want you to make yourself, to make your conclusion on your own, that what is it that we're saying we're doing. Because the interpretation is that we must be provided with a closeout report, engage the closeout report, check when there was progress or no progress, and the closeout report will then indicate to us that we need progress. So if it is needed only by EXCO, and they can't share that particular report with the legislature, then it says the intention was to mislead and evade accountability. You will only come back to the legislature once the administrator is already functional at the municipality. Then that is not the way to do things. But at the same time, the point raised by Honorable Sonakile yesterday, just to re-emphasize it, there's no way in Section 139(1)B where you have a provision to put an administrator in terms of 139(1)B. The provision is granted in terms of 139(1)C. Now, if we can so much labor on these things of the Constitution provide this, the Constitution provide this, non-compliance on that, then the spirit of the letter of the Constitution has to be complied with. You can't just then make yourself a small and attack shop there and find the ways of setting up systems that would allow you to put administrator. It is nowhere, unless you can prove to me, Chair, now that here is the Constitution in terms of 139(B, where it says the administrator must be in a municipality. It is only granted on 1C. That's why we then said it will be wrong for Coxstar to then give powers to administrators, even to the extent of having to say they replace the powers granted in terms of your Municipal Systems Act, Section 54A to 57, to the accounting officer appointed by council. To that extent...
Can you add also on your side, you are also the chair of Premier's Office, Standing in Finance. The view, no one is talking about Section 100. I have not heard it. I have not... Are you okay with it?
No, Chair. That one I will just say in passing. I know that we want me to dwell into the issues that we had said, and I must put it on record. We have not shied away from saying Section 100, it's unwanted in the province. It's unwanted. You can't have perpetual intervention. The same as we are saying with 139(1)B. And with the issue that I'm going to, the recommendations of the administrator in Madibeng saying the recommendations is that there must be an extension. How can you recommend yourself? You don't have those powers. You don't have those powers. You don't have those powers to then say you are making a recommendation for an extension. Then something is not right somewhere. It's not. The determination would have to be in a closeout report determined by progress made. Progress made in terms of the letters written by the Premier in January, followed up in February by the late Honorable Kegakilwe, about matters of the SIU that were opened here, a proclamation that was made by the President. There's no action in that. What we have been given here, it's a report that seeks to then say something has been done, but nothing has been done. It concludes by saying there's a recommendation for an extension. We can't have that. We will not allow Honorable Muilwa to table that before this particular portfolio committee that we are going to request a third extension. It's not going to happen. It is not just going to happen, simple. We are not going to be forced into having to have a dispute with the MEC when there's no dispute. We must just be clear that we understand what's supposed to happen. You give us a closeout report. A closeout report should then be vested with progress made and achieved, and so on and so on. The rest of the issues, I'm not going to cite them because Honorable Sonakile and Honorable Joshua has already pointed to them. By now, because of the presence of the administrator, people who has procured DSTVs and dishes and clothes through the accounts of the municipality must have been jailed by now, or at least arrested and so on. There's no progress in that. In your MIG grant, 60 million reprioritization of project to cover for COVID-19 services affected, approved by council. I'm very much interested. What would be the 60 million for? 60 million for COVID-19 in a municipality that is struggling. With all of these particular things, it's there in the report, but I'm not going to labor much because, Chair, the meeting that I'm supposed to join is a little bit going to start now. The report of the mayor, page 9, of Makwasi. And we would want a report, Chair, both to yourself and to us as the committee. The mayor should have started, and I didn't want to enter into that particular space, but in the absence of the municipal manager, there should be a person acting. Now, if the mayor comes, and my view now was that the same route that we have taken with Naledi, to be consistent, Chair, we could have said Makwasi Hills must not present because the mayor is saying, no, Honorable Chair, I'm alone, and they say, no, relax. And the mayor is then saying to us, no, we don't know where the section 56 and 57 managers are, and we have appointed them, all the positions are filled. Because if then those positions were filled, then you cannot have a person acting in the absence of a municipal manager. Then there's Director Corporate Services, there's Director Community Services, there's your CFO. So I was going to take that route, Chair, but it's your meeting, there was nothing that I could do. In your report, interventions there on page 9, I hear all that you are saying, Honorable Mayor, and so on and so on, but the report lacks to the effect of having to indicate matters that in your municipality about these cases that you are referring to, where your previous accounting officer, who's now being appointed by Cogstar to be an expert somewhere, went to court and lost cases embarrassingly, almost 3, 4, 5 of them that you are citing here. That same person now is being who failed in Makwasi Hills and brought Makwasi Hills where it is today, that the very same person is now appointed as an expert somewhere. And our advice when we said last year, July, on the 12th of July last year, don't call these people expert because they are recycled. they've been taken from municipalities and they have been recycled, and the record shows that they would have failed in municipalities where they come from. How then do you call them experts? You see? For instance, you take a person to a municipality and that particular person's history, records and experience shows that he has never or she has never practiced as an accounting officer. And you say it's an expert, that particular person. The CV shows that the only time that particular person has ever worked was when she was a manager of a particular mayor, manager in the mayor's office. She becomes an expert and sent as an administrator to the municipality. That's what we do to our municipality in the Northwest.
Which municipality?
Okay, Chairman. I'll then send my report on that because I've written extensively on those particular issues. Now, the report of the mayor on page 11 on political infighting. The mayor comes before the committee and misses an opportunity to inform this particular committee and the rest of us of what causes this particular political infightings. That you only have selected members, not all of them. I mean, you'll find in most cases that there are about 4 or 5 people who are councillors who at all time are causing this destabilization and disruption of council, and what then the speaker of the municipality would have done in terms of your Schedule 1 as directed in terms of the code of conduct of the councillors. Now, in the omission of that, you then try to justify this particular report by saying council has been stable since the beginning of 2019 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Because we want to know the reasons, what are the causes, and the causes are the behavior and conduct consistent conduct of people in the municipality. And the report does not say that. The report on page water and sanitation, the mayor is saying train community on proper use of sewer. Now, you are confirming, Honorable Mayor, that there's no imbizos held in your municipality, there's no community meetings held by councillors in terms of the law as required that there should be community meetings held monthly, at least quarterly if they are unable to hold them monthly. Because what then is inside the report here, it's what councillors are supposed to be briefing, because they're supposed to be receiving these particular reports from their portfolio committees, and it is expected now in terms of their functions to then go and report to their communities. Now, if then you are saying train, it means you must go and procure money for these particular purposes, which is then defined in terms of public participation that members are talking about. Maybe just lastly, undertake electricity master plan. I'm not sure, Honorable Mayor, because NERSA in 2016 has done a study of electrification network in the entire province, and each municipality would have received its own overview of their network system, how is it placed, and so on and so on, what are the laws, and so on and so on, and what would it be required to rectify those particular problems and challenges. Whether now going to do the exercise, is it not a new thing? The page 18, roads and stormwater, handover of these sections to these road sections to Sanral. I'm not sure which sections. I would believe that it is on the N12 because the only Sanral road there is N12 that passes through the town. The rest of them are provincial and regional roads and internal roads of the municipality. And I don't even want to, I'm happy that you've been joined by your technical director there, because your Central is going to be putting you on hold forever, indicating that you can only rectify your roads from outside the town, but inside the town itself, it's your responsibility as the municipality. And in this particular case, why is it that we are not utilizing the NERP grant that can be sourced to do the town inside them? Sections of roads that can be salvaged, potholes patching taking place with cold mix bag. Why are we not preferring paving for internal roads, which will then last longer than what we are doing with asphalt? Each time it's going to be put there, and as and when it is heated, it is going to come out, and so on and so on. So for internal roads in all of our towns, not limited to Makwasi Hills only, why are we not using EPWP and move away from tenders unnecessarily? Because you've got EPWP, you've got community works program that normally can then be utilized, because already those roads, technical director, would have been compacted because there was a tar road there. All you needed to do is then to bring paving bricks and put paving there without necessarily creating specs and so on and so on. And when directors are speaking of specifications and all of this particular, just say no, it's speak English that politicians would not understand. When it's simple, you don't go to a tender, remove that tar road that is worn out. You don't need to recompact MEC. The road is already compacted by long years of tar that was there. All you need to do is to put bricks there, and you can use EPWP without going to a tender. So that's my submission, Honorable Chair of the session. Thanks.
Thank you, and leader of the delegation. We are going to, from legislature side, starting from the head of delegation, chair of chairs, thank you for inputs, all of you, your participation, your advice, and the resolutions of us working together and making sure we're finding lasting solutions for the people. We have to make sure that apart from this meeting, us on our own have to meet and consolidate a way forward of making sure that the existing laws that exist are implemented. As the chair of chairs was clear during the week, that we do have laws, we do have the necessary guidelines. It's for us to implement and make sure the right policies are in place of taking services to the people. We are going to start in the following. The water board, Machalis and the department will be last because of maybe what if some of the mayors respond, which involves some of their responses. So it's best you are last so that we don't do you double. We want to avoid double parking. We are going to go straight to the administrator, who in his report informed us he had done so far 4 closeout reports. There's not many who do closeout reports. In Naka, there's another guy, Kulune, never did a closeout report. So those things we need it, and it's what we determine whether we continue or not continue. It's a guiding tool for us as legislation to make sure we support you and do the necessary things and put in place the necessary guidelines to guide you and ourselves of making sure we use and spend the resources of the people in a correct and proper way and a legal way. Can you switch off your mic, or you want to speak on a point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I was sitting in this meeting yesterday. I asked you whether we are allowed to speak in this meeting as Salga delegates.
Salga spoke yesterday, even today. Salga was talking yesterday.
So we don't have to make comments on a presentation made by anybody in this house.
You could have switch off the mic. You could have. I would have allowed you if you could have just spoke to some of Parliament people. You see, you are not one from Salga. If you could have arranged with us, there's no issue. Even I'm going to allow you, but you must talk amongst yourselves so that we do not have this thing of. I know you want to speak maybe for Salga from the municipality, or you are Salga Provincial. Let me just clarify. You can speak. But clarify, Salga, from where? Because I know the one that sits in the NCOP is Honorable Stella. She spoke, she comes as a delegate that joins as a regular. That's the Salga we usually recognize. She sits in NCOP with us every sitting. So if you have not discussed amongst yourselves, we will still allow you, but that's the standard procedure we follow.
Okay, thanks, Chair, to allow me an opportunity. You know, it's very painful that major councillors, especially in the low spheres of government, are not well recognized. And if it's going to continue like that, that means we are not running the government. We are not running at
Before we do that, no, we are here to support you, we are here to work with you. Salga from where? Clarify us, from the province or from national?
I'm from the province. I'm a delegate of the Northwest Province, representing Salga in the NCOP.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, my name is Tago Hale. I just want to make some inputs on especially where I come from. Where I come from as a deployee in council, which is Madibeng local municipality. Chair, I heard the report. I never saw the report, but I think it's in my head, that report. I'm of a view that, you know, we are trying, as you said, to assist the municipalities. But it seems we are not assisting them. We overlook some certain issues that relate to...
What you are talking, you are going to submit, you can't talk without submitting a formal report to legislature and a formal report to Parliament. Whatever you are talking now must be able to be sent to us on a soft copy so that we do not get allegations tomorrow, so that we are not addressing Salga's issues. So I'm just saying, can you also forward us? Most speakers that were speaking spoke on something that they referred to us. If you have one, if not, it's fine. Can you forward it also to us so that we can at least pay necessary attention that you are talking about?
I don't know if the archives of municipality will allow me. I can start with one forensic report of this municipality that is standing, that has caused these municipalities into 4 consecutive Section 1931B. The forensic report of the former municipal manager, then I think it's in Parliament as we speak. I'm referring to that forensic report. One, Chair, is that I'm of a view that what was presented to us or the House, it's there and there correct there and there incorrect. One is that when you invoke section 1391B in Madibeng, the current one, the Council of Madibeng was ahead on taking further steps to investigate the VPS. You can check. You can check.
I'm saying the administration on your response, because I don't want the allegations of when the delegate spoke of saying workers, councillors are not given part. We want to correct it. We thought Salga was, and we gave others chance also on Salga. Did you speak 2 days back? I'm just checking. No, you are still going to talk. Did you speak 2 days back?
Yes, I spoke.
Okay, no, it's fine. So at least we have one another that we did allow you, just for record's sake, so that we are not told we are suppressing views of Salga. So some of the questions, most of the questions he raised, respond to it if you can. Thank you.
My apology, sir, I didn't finish the session of yesterday due to my exit plan as a councillor.
Water, take your time, relax, cool off, and brief us, inform us, and also give us what you think is the solutions.
As I was saying that when the administration arrived, the Council of Madibeng was ahead in making sure that the consequences management are going to happen. One is that the VBS issue was fully investigated and we were sitting with the report. I think if the administrator was here for a year, by this time we should know who are perpetrators of the VPS saga in Madibeng and who has...
Can I rise on a point of order, please, without disrupting the House?
Just hold on. I have asked, just hold on. I don't want us to use advice afterwards. I have asked from where. I did it deliberately because the cameras are on and it is recording. And this thing is live. I have done it more than 3 times to say, I know Honorable Stella. And at that time you were quiet, we allowed him to start talking.
It's not about that, Chair. It's not that he's correct as his deployment. I'm rising on a point of order.
For now, we will allow you to speak, but let him finish. Let's avoid point of orders for respect of the House. You will talk. We will allow you. Everything whoever says, even when I say we are not in a tavern, does not hold water. The tavern part. So it does not mean when someone speaks, we have to accept everything or reject everything. Let's work with everyone. Let's allow everyone space to raise their views and concerns and advices. We will consolidate it with legislature. You are allowed to speak. You are protected. Just be short, not like the first day when you took a lot of time. Try to consolidate and let's go to the facts.
Okay.
You are noted afterwards, Honorable Stella.
Thanks you, Chair. Let me say, my learned friend just alluded me that who I am. Maybe I just forget sometimes because I normally come to meeting once, thrice a year for Salga. So I was saying from the view of Salga, is that as a representative of Salga, my view is that in Madibeng, indeed, there is challenges that face the municipality. But I'm of a view that taking the rights of councillors for a long time of 2 years to 3 years is to take away their rights, and which I believe is a democratical rights, which they have fully participated and been elected as councillors. I'm overview that
you hold on. You can talk.
I'm overview
The person next to you with the white shirt, is your name and position? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Elvis Mbengwa, and I'm the head of legal services here in Madibeng.
Oh, no, apologies, man. We don't take your advice now as a legal person. We have Parliament legal advice. Can you just allow the man to speak? You're making noise.
No, it's not me.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, thank you. My suggestion from the Salga side in Madibeng is that I've noticed that the problem is within 3 departments. It's within 3 departments. If the NCOP, the provincial government...
Apologies if it was not you. Thank you. Continue.
Okay. If want to intervene in Madibeng, there are 3 departments. You can check the reports thoroughly of the administrator. 1, lack of consequence management, which I believe is within the Department of Legal. 2, issues of finance, mismanagement, misuse of funds of the municipality is Department of Finance. 3, collapse of infrastructure is Department of Technical Services. So I'm of a view that if there is an extension or any intervention in Madibeng, let not be Section 1391B, but rather be Section 1391 for on those departments, or rather we go to C. The municipality must go to C.
5-4 or 1-4?
154.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to quote it because, you know, local government library is so huge, big. You can't quote all of them. I'm of a view that Section 139B is a tool to take away the responsibility of councils in many councils, especially on municipalities that are perpetually been under administration.
You are speaking as Salga, my friend. Continue speaking. Honorable member, you are speaking as Salga. You must continue speaking as you are noted, Honorable Cabello. You must speak. Don't say my view, my view. Just continue speaking. Let's finish.
Okay,
but
sorry.
You only have 3 minutes to wrap up. Honorable Cabello, Matabojo.
Just clarity. You see, I do not know, Chair, but we seem to be regressing. The delegate, I forgot your name, my apologies, Teko, is also a councillor in this municipality. Now, you might find out that we are going back to the Naledi situation, because as a councillor, the assumption that we have is that they might have been privy prior to this interaction to look at the report.
Apologies, I understand. The only issue is we have clear guidelines from the onset of the week. We are not rejecting anyone. So that's the process and the guidelines of the week. I don't want us to now refuse him. We will give him 3 more minutes for the sake of fairness and the dignity of the process so that we can conclude. Thank you for the advice.
I'm not saying I don't see problems in Madibeng. They are, but I'm of a view from my as a delegate of Salga to say intervention in Madibeng is needed, but not continuous of Section 1391B. The other issue is that I'm sitting here and worried that Madibeng report is said, sitting here giving us a story of people who are mismanaging the funds of the municipality, but from 2006,
speak based on a reality and facts. We have been on the ground for 5 days.
Yes.
Conclude based on the following facts and a reality. Some people are suspended. You must speak based on those short. Consolidate. So we do not misdirect the whole process that we were doing here.
Yes, that is why I'm saying there are people who are suspended. There are people who are still serving here, working in this municipality. So I just want the administration to act swiftly on those officials who are still in this municipality, still earning luxury salary, but they are implicated in many ways of mismanagement of this municipalities' funds. So let not be go so long, Chair, but withdraw myself and then just give you an opportunity to continue with your meeting.
Thank you. The one good part about this process between ourselves and yourself, you were allowed to talk. You were given space to express your views. You can feel free to enjoy yourself. If we have rejected you and I'm good in it, it was going to be a hullabaloo of we are doing things factional and wrong. Enjoy your day, my brother. Thank you. Let's move in the direction we were going. You see, we have to be patient with each other. Where we come from, if I did not use the approach of managing all of us, we are a lot of bulls in a corral with a lot of power. If we were not safe and looking at things in a way of finding solutions for the poorest of the poor, then it's not about our egos as members. The first fight would have erupted when some of us wanted to reject the others to speak on the first day, others wanted the others not to speak, others' views was not right, others' views was right, and we stopped it from the first day. To say all of us are honorable members. No matter which political party, no matter which province or national, and up to today, we have a standing record. You were going to disrupt the record. If I have rejected you, you would have made a huge, huge outcry of being victimized and abused, and you never said anything wrong now. You are just confusing verbal abuse, but it's fine, we'll accept. You actually supported in favor of many different things, but it's fine. You are allowed. Moving forward, the department, this is local government week. You'll answer after water. It's the last one before you. Mahalis is before water. It's Madibeng, the elephant in the room. It is Makwasi. Mama, Honorable Mayor, thank you for coming. Yesterday is fully accepted. Please don't let the political challenges give you more stress. Relax. You are a caring person. Focus on your health. We are going to help you take services to the people and make sure we push back the front tires of poverty. Relax. You did the good thing by coming today, respecting the NCOP and respecting Parliament, respecting legislature. Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. Sometimes we only want to talk when you do the wrong things, but we never want to acknowledge when you do the right things. Thank you. Although there's a lot we have to do, and although there's a lot we must still do, we'll do it together. Yourself, legislature, MEC, EXCO, not one more superior to another one. The President is very clear. Honorable President is very clear. Politics get out of local government. We are going to support you as elected officials, as a elected upper house, and the elected provincial house, to make sure we're finding lasting solutions, all of you, to problems facing your local areas. When decisions do come at the right time, who are we? But until that time, ours is to make sure laws are implemented, services are arriving at the doorstep of the poorest of the poor, and also to acknowledge everyone must be treated equal before the law, not just blacks, everyone. We do get also black professionals, and I still regard the current one at Madibeng as a black professional until the later stage. It is not only black people the perception of doing wrong things. Everyone does it. It depends on your attitude as a person. So let's unite as black people. Let's support each other. Let us show each other where we are wrong. And let's not push away the advice of building, of healing, of making sure where there's a hole, how do we close that hole? We are not experts in local government. We need experts' advice. I like the advice we got from Honorable Matabogo, that most of the problems in local government are political. I fully agree. So that's where the problems are coming from. We are not here for that. We are here for service delivery. We are going to support you people. All of us, let's join hands. Let's stop undermining each other. I admire the relationship, although it is under a sad condition. But I also understand the little politics behind it, of the relationship between the administrator and the mayor in Madibeng. Thank you for trying to put the people first and working together. It's not easy for such things to be accepted and still have a good relationship, but you have put Madibeng people first and you are trying to find solutions. When I look at some of your problems of what you owe as Madibeng, you people don't have a lot of problems because some of your issues you quote incorrect billing. And it's huge amounts. You said you sent the CFO and others to go and investigate. From the 5, only 2 were functioning, 3. What it means, when you do things correct, the poorest of the poor will get value for money. What it means, there's hope in Madibeng. The picture is not so dark as on TV when it relates to water issues. Let's put more to the spanner and work together. Madibeng, you are first. Second, Makwasi, Mahalis, Water Department, and then we start by the HOD. We start with HOD of how do we resolve and assess some of these things that were talked about. We start with the HOD. Then the MAC will conclude. Thank you. Let's follow through from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members again. Chair, I have noted 61 questions direct to Madibeng. I am going to take them in an ascending order, so I will start with the last. I've got a team of about 7 officials and including intervention team members. Just a quick so that they may identify specific service delivery related or finance related question and make a direct and short input when I have done, and then we'll hand over to the tracker to make any addition or response, and we'll hand over back to you again, Chair. And we appreciate the comments and the critique by different honorable members. I will start with the Salga concern by Honorable Councillor Tseko. Let me confirm on record that Councillor Tseko is a member of the...
Tseko, drop the phone and phone.
It's a member of Madibeng.
Responding to you.
Is a member of Madibeng Municipal Council and participated in all decisions that the council took. And we further avail ourselves to consult with him for any further engagement or clarity, and invite him to share with us if he's got any information on old forensic reports that are outstanding. We have confirmed on record the implementation of the current forensic investigations, including the VBS. We met with the service providers who are conducting the VBS investigations in September, and on the 3rd of December, we received the second draft report. On the 3rd of February, we received the final report. We went on to table it in council on the 25th of February 2020, and council resolved implementation, including implicated officials or councillors. We indicated in our presentation yesterday that consequence management is unfolding. In terms of the extension, an issue which was also raised by Honorable Joile and Honorable Motswana, the slide in our presentation that talks about extension is a conclusion of the close-out report which ended on the 30th of June, and we handed it over to the department on the 13th of July. It is not a request for this extension to be extended. We will appreciate the end of this intervention ourselves. We know it's an inconvenience to many other people. For instance, the intervention team constitutes different professionals who are independent from government, who are doing their own work. Mr. Lepedi on my extreme right and Mr. Church are former practicing engineers from MISA, Municipal Infrastructure Services Agency of the National Department of COCTA. We identified them from that database as engineers to come and assist here. And they are on their own professional life. I am sure if intervention is terminated, their life must proceed. So we do not seek an extension. It was what the report wanted that time. The acting MM equally, Mr. Lefutse on my further left is a practicing chartered accountant whom we have brought together with Provincial Treasury and Provincial COCTA to assist on the intervention. And myself, I'm a practicing counsel, and so we really not are desperate for an extension. And if government has done proper assessment and have compared notes, we will appreciate any decision. Unfortunately, we are just a subject matter. We are not an authority to determine intervention, continuity, or otherwise. So I'm sure I've dealt with the issues of Councillor Tseko, Honorable Member Motswana, and Honorable Member Tswaile on that aspect. The second set of questions came from Honorable Motswana, the chair of the Legislature Committee on Local Government Finance Office of the Premier. Firstly, his concern was around the MIC 60 million rand reprioritization for COVID. Let me confirm that this reprioritization is about infrastructure projects that support COVID intervention, such as water, sanitation, or any other basic service. It's not for any soft operational issues like
Honorable
PPE.
Members, Honorable MEC, is there a point of clarity?
No.
Or it was just a small discussion? Thank you.
It is not for any operational issue relating to COVID-19, such as PPE or any other issue. It's for infrastructure reprioritization. And Mr. Mike Church and Mr. Lepedi will just share in a minute what specific projects have been reprioritized and what process we followed. It was actually a mandatory note or instruction from COCTA National owing to the under expenditure on the MIC and the project stoppages from April to June. All contractors had to leave site, so the work literally stopped and under expenditure was unavoidable. We have since managed to also get the rollover of unspent funds on projects that we have committed. So that 60 million will be put to good use, and it has already commenced that work, but we are willing to be held accountable and to report on that. The next issue that the honorable member raised was the SIU proclamation, and that nothing is done. We wish to confirm on record that the SIU proclamation 1 led to the final report that one of the directors' involvement on the subject of the investigation has been suspended and disciplinary proceedings have commenced. Secondly, the SIU has already lodged its court papers to the special tribunal of the SIU to firstly challenge the Berto Bright fleet contract and secondly to recover possible overcharge to the municipality. So that proclamation has had outcomes, it has been implemented, and the implementation is ongoing. The follow-up was the issue relating to recommendation of extension, which I've dealt with. Quickly, the honorable member also raised concerns on the implementation of section 1391B, and I hope the MEC has noted some of the concerns. our only advice is that Section 1391B says that the provincial executive takes over the obligation from the municipality. The practice in the last 22 years or 20 years has been that when the provincial government takes this responsibility, it does not manage the responsibility from the provincial government. It appoints an implementation agent or an administrator to conduct its affairs on its behalf in that particular municipality. Neither Section 1391B or 1C does not prohibit the appointment of the administrator. So if law does not prescribe, it does not necessarily prohibit. But I'm sure leadership can engage on the dynamics relating to that. We are just here to assist and do what the terms of reference compel us to do. Honorable Chair of the Public Accounts Committee of the province indicated the refusal to give a close-out report and certain details relating to the issues raised in the audit findings. I was not aware of that instruction and its refusal. And on behalf of the team, we undertake to ensure that information that we have will be submitted because it's not a confidential information. The handing over of the closeout report, it has been handed over to EXCO and to Municipal Council. I do not think there will be a reason for refusal to hand it over to the portfolio, to the committees of the provincial legislature, but I'm sure the Honorable MEC for local government will deal with that, but from our hands, the report has been declassified and is available for even public consumption. Honorable Motswana also dealt with the issues relating to powers and functions and arbitrary allocation of functions to district municipalities, others to local. Correctly, the issue of powers and functions are regulated by the Constitution, both Schedule 4 and 5, but most importantly, are then determined by the minister and adjusted by the MEC in terms of Section 84 of the Structures Act. That process, which we also advise should happen, is preceded by the Municipal Demarcation Board, which do capacity assessments of municipalities on regular basis and recommend to the minister and MEC adjustment of powers and functions. So if realization is that Mafikeng has got capacity to be water service authority, the demarcation board could conduct an investigation for that municipality and the province and recommend adjustment of powers and functions from district as a water service authority to Mafikeng. If a particular locality does not have engineering capacity and cannot do that, there could be a transitional process of building capacity in that locality, and over 2-3 years, that function could be evaluated again and handed over where it could be best performed.
Apologies, Administrator. You are only responding to Madibeng?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Only to Madibeng. I was just making an example about powers and functions.
Okay, but let's focus on Madibeng.
Thank you very much.
Nothing else, only Madibeng.
Honorable Landsman, we have noted your advice that we must explore best possible solutions for informal settlement upgrading. We've got a task team with the Provincial Department of Human Settlement on the informal settlement issues in Madibeng and formalization of certain areas. To that extent, the Provincial Department has appointed the Housing Development Agency to assist with the planning issues in Madibeng, and that work is ongoing. Honorable Midupi, we have noted your advice on the water losses issues and actions that we are taking. And the technical team will summarily just make an input on our program on replacement of meters and dealing with old age infrastructure pipes in particular, and the leakages around the water loss, as well as the engagement of Tswane in terms of their metering and the charges to the municipality. The presidential declaration on mining towns, ourselves together with Rustenburg are beneficiaries of the Marikana Catalytic Project, which involve both Rustenburg and Madibeng, which shares the Nkaning mountain. We are part of the National Department's task team on implementation of the interventions of the President and the Minister in that area. The progress has been quite slow, And furthermore, the Department of Human Settlement has appointed the HDA and handed over what the department calls Provincial Human Settlement Priority Development Areas, for which Madibeng and Rustenburg are beneficiaries. The next set of questions was from Honorable Micha. We have noted her concerns, particularly on the project site visits, and we are going to leverage on the ministerial directive and the report prepared by Mahalis on the technical business plan on how to intervene in that area, and I'm sure there's no reason why that should not happen. In terms of the service delivery issues and plan to resolve some of the issues, particularly about administrative capacity, yes, we have shortlisted 2 weeks back for the Director, Infrastructure and Technical Services, Chief Financial Officer, and the Director, Human Settlement and Planning, so that there's substantive appointments and we can start building capacity as the intervention also approach its end. We unfortunately are unable to make any substantive decision on the acting directors' appointments for those that have been suspended, because we must await the disciplinary process to end. In terms of the other issues raised by Honorable Sonakile, the consequence management progress, I can confirm that yes, that is ongoing. The functionality of Section 79 committees, Mr. Francis Ratlaga, who is the lead support member of the intervention team dealing with governance issues, has engaged with all the committees that had a challenge of functionality, including best way to support it, and that also affects the MPEC. We have also requested Provincial Treasury to work in support with us to deal with the functionality issues affecting MPEC. No administrative support has been withheld for MPEC functionality, and we are willing to reflect once again on that and assist the strengthening of MPEC. Council has referred the irregular expenditure register or report to MPEC. It is our interest that the MPEC investigate and report back to Council for further consequence management, but also to work on ensuring that the irregular expenditure gets out of our books through a due process. So we have got a primary interest on the functionality of MPEC, and we recommit to assisting it to function. CFO will deal with the salary portion of the equitable share. What I know is that our monthly salary bill runs almost at 55 million. He will explain that aspect. The plan for non-payment of services, in November, Council adopted a revenue enhancement plan, which including door-to-door to major businesses and to communities that are not paying. Council refined that process in February, and when we were to unleash that program in March, unfortunately we were hit by the stringent lockdown requirements. We have resuscitated the committee, and the work will be beginning. We engage individual businesses. Just in the last 2 weeks, some of the businesses we have discovered they owe almost closer to R1 million, and the immediate step is to put them on notice on terms and to terminate supply, and then allow them to make arrangement to pay. But there's a comprehensive plan which is led by both the intervention team and the executive leadership of the municipality, MMC's executive mayor, and that program is intended to be dealing with this. Another issue in terms of a directive, also informed by the chair's ruling that this directive must happen. If regard will be had to page 26 of the closeout report of the intervention team, we appealed to the department and to Council that the directive cannot be unreasonably rejected. We have appealed to Mahalis through the coordination of the regional director, Mr. Lobaki, to deal with the detail of the directive. What are the implications financially to the revenue of the municipality? What are the implications to personnel? What are the implications to the other issues related to revenue of the municipality? And that must be clear to all stakeholders, including the unions, so that we don't have rejection. The report we got is that as soon as Mahali's personnel landed at the plant, there was a resistance from the plant workers themselves because there was no clear brief of the intervention. As a decision of the minister, it does not require concurrence of council. It requires implementation, and misunderstandings were communicated. I personally met with the Deputy Minister for Water, who was planning a follow-up with the council so that this matter can be implemented. The outcome of this intervention must be to the benefit of the communities, Chair, as you said, and we have never supported blatant rejection. Not even a formal communication was sent to the minister or to Mahali's or to Water and Sanitation Department on this rejection. But I think we recommit ourselves to assist the implementing agent to re-clarify its role, including sharing the technical business plan with us. We will supply a list of all criminal cases opened, and we will supply the COVID-19 expenditure report, which we do to Provincial Treasury weekly, which lists names of procured entities, their location and details that is readily available.
Administrator, if possible, based on time and there's still others, we will allow you to forward all other responses to our emails. It will be forwarded to Parliament, support staff will hand over our emails, and also you have the emails of legislature to have on the questions you have not responded to.
I'm in your hands, Chair.
You can conclude now on the key ones that you feel you still want to clarify. And then we will give the mayor of a sign of respect a time just to speak on behalf of Troika, so that we can start with another section.
I thank you, Chair.
Your administrators and also the speaker. Is the speaker here? Okay, speaker. Chief Whip, are they here?
2 minutes, Chair. Let me just round up.
Okay, so let's allow them for the sake of they are here. Few just to say something, because we allow you, not only the mayor, because we are in your area. And you have hosted us very good without organizing gangsterism, as the Premier says there's gangsters. So we have to acknowledge, we have to, you know, the Premier was talking in general, not of Madibeng. There's gangsters all over. So I'm saying, you have hosted us very well. You gave us a whole week protecting us, helping us, and taking us to the projects. So that's why we are going to allow the whole Troika a few minutes to say something short and then move forward. Something to build, not something to move us backwards.
Thank you, Chair.
We are not going to allow your whole team. You are the team leader. Consolidate from your side.
I'm in your hands, Chair. I was just motivated by your assertion yesterday that before you do anything, you even play television and listen to each and every input. So I was trying to get on record with a response to each and every question, but we'll comply. We will put them in writing and forward to the committee and the legislature.
Only issues I'm well aware, Honourable Administrator, not Honourable, that you have been long in the game and you can take us up to tomorrow morning with your beautiful reports. That one I know we can take with you. I have acknowledged you are one of the black professionals. That is good. So let us not destroy ourselves. We still have to focus on a lot of things. Don't do this. That's a deliberate attack on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, Honorable Dutoit asked a specific question that I think needs a response on record, whether this intervention team has been deployed together elsewhere on previous occasions. The response is that 4 members of the intervention teams who were deployed in July last year here in Madibeng have never worked together in that capacity or any other capacity anywhere. One of the intervention team members was the finance expert that I saw him for the first time on the 5th of July in this chamber. With this new team again, for the first time on the 8th of September, I saw and met the current acting CFO, Mr. Lefutse. So this team never worked together elsewhere, and there's no further links, business or otherwise, that these team members have. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the rest service delivery issues, we will just put an update on what the efforts are we taking, and we will forward same to the committee. And we thank members for their contributions and for keeping us on our toes. Thanks, Chair.
Administrator, you must also thank the chairperson of the select committee for the respect it gave you during the time. I never seen him supporting a black professional like that, and I appreciate it. It's not something bad. We end up not supporting ourselves, our own. I admire what the chairperson of the select committee did from the onset, and he also guided me strategically. Very strategically, not to hit when I was not supposed to hit you. So also to accept your good work and the effort that you have been putting, because what I admire in the whole situation, the fact that you and the mayor have tried to resolve a working relationship so far. We are going to hand over first to the single whip, 2 minutes just to say something. And usually we just allow the mayor, but you have been our host. We'll give you some time. Speaker after single whip. Mayor, then you conclude. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The team, your team, the team from the legislature, all your officials. Let me firstly start by thanking the team, the NCOP team, for hosting this oversight visit in Madibeng, because it will benefit us. All the criticism, the advices that you gave us will build us going forward. And formally, Chair, confirm what the mayor and the administrator have said about the good relationship between the Troika and the intervention team. And all the instructions that you have given to us, we undertake to.
And can you just support him? What the following speakers will say, can we please note it detailed so that it is one of the study cases we must also use on the relationships between politicians and the administrators, just for future reference. Thank you. Continue and conclude.
Thank you. We also, as Troika, want to confirm that we've been waiting. We've been waiting for the team from the minister's office to come and engage with us on the instruction and directive of working with Mahalis. So if that can be sorted out, we are free to implement that decision. And thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Although it is clear it does not need, but consultation will be done. Honorable Speaker.
No, thanks very much, the Chair and the collective leadership assembled here from the first day. Let me retaliate that, Honorable Chair, myself, I was very much observant, and I would like to appreciate the fact that all of the sessions since the inception of this program has been served to me as more informative and teaching sessions. I've learned more from your good selves and the collective and all the departments that are in here. But safe to say, Chair, let me save the 2 minutes you afforded me. I will just like to speak on 2 or 3.
Yeah, in your house, you can add another 2.
Okay,
it's at your discretion.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, I would like only to add to the issue that was raised by Ndate Rabutapi, so that the administrator in his report can also include that matter. The Klepgat sewage plant, originally that sewage plant, it falls under the city of Tshwane, but most of the materials is discharging, it goes to the areas of Madibeng and Northwest. There is nothing that comes from that storage that goes to the areas of Tshwane. So the storage is vandalized. There are no activities at all there. So most of the spillages goes direct to Tulwane River, proceeded to the areas of Madibeng. So I think the Department D and Department Water Affairs and the municipality needs to intervene in that matter, because it impacts to the residents of Madibeng and residents of Northwest, not exactly those who are using that.
What the department noted, it must be part of your response.
Again, Chair, Honorable Medupi raised the issue of presidential accords. Chair, if my memory serves me well, there was an intervention there by the 5th administration in terms of the areas that falls under jurisdiction of Marikana. With housing projects there and water-related projects. So it's for the department to follow up on that matter, whether those activities are still realized in around areas of Marikana as part of the presidential accords. And again, Chair, on issue of SIU, the administrators spoke lengthily to the issue of SIU or on fleet management issues. But there is as well, Chair, the proclamation number R72 of 2009. I think Honorable Sonakile partly spoke to that. There was a proclamation made in 2009, Chair, into certain affairs of municipalities in the province, and Madibeng was amongst those municipalities. There was a report, Chair, tabled before the council, one of our previous council, about the outcomes of the investigations into that regard and the recommendations from the SIU in whoever is implicated in that report of the proclamation number 72 of 2009. So I will appreciate if the administrator can forward to your good selves as a committee the contents of the matters contained in those reports, and proper follow-ups can be made for that, so that whoever is found wanting in that report, the law must take its course. But safe to say, I highly agree with your good self when you were raising issues pertaining quick wins. You see, Chair, the administration will come and go in whatever way. But, Chair, I agree with you that let's consider issues that can change the lives of our people and push back the frontiers of poverty, like you stated. But amongst those issues, Chair, I will appreciate to include that as spheres of government, Honorable Chair, let's look into issues of job creation, more especially on young people. We have visited sites yesterday, sewage, water treatment site and sewage treatment plants. There are a lot of vandalism, even other assets of the municipality, but yet we've got a lot of youth that are not working, Chair. So I'm raising on the issue of security, Honorable Chair, and the members, that if we can have a model, Chair, to look, if can't we come up with a way, working in relation with SAPS and the Department of Community Safety in the province, to try and come up with a model to create jobs for young people, especially in that sector of security, because most of the jobs are done by private companies, but yet our assets are getting vandalized, and there is no consequence management in that regard. Come the end of the month, the security company is going to get the whole amount of money, irrespective of the site they are getting is being vandalized. So I'm thinking that, Chair, as part of insourcing, if we can come up with ways of training young people around that areas, maybe our assets can be secured. And another one, Honorable Chair, it was once said by the former President, Tate Thabo Mbeki, that if we can see to it, Chair, that we start courses, more especially in high school. I used to call it high school myself because I attended high schools. Maybe, Chair, if we can say, starting from grade 10, grade 11, grade 12, if we can start to introduce courses that are related to license, learners, so that at least when the people get matriculated, government, they should just be in a possession of a driving license. In whatever way, Chair, we've got technocrats in Department of Governments. These departments belong to us, Transport Department, nationally, Public Works, and provincially, and even at the municipal level. If you can come up with a method, Chair, I'm speaking it from the layman point of view, but those who are equipped with profession and the technocrats can add value to these things. If we can see to it that we
introduce those subjects at school, especially to grade 10 learners, grade 11 and 12 learners, at least when they complete their matric, at least they are in the possession of...
You must conclude now. We will also call you from the Transport Select Committee, where I'm the whip, to come and present. That's a good plan. I will be in contact with you. Conclude so that we give over to the Honorable Mayor.
No, thanks very much, Chair. That was my last input. Thanks very much, Chair.
Before the Mayor continue, the spirit, the chief, the whip, single whip, the Mayor the first day and the second day, and yourself. I know there's possibility of you having small differences. If not, the way you are handling things, I'm shocked. You guys are matured. You guys are trying your best to avoid unnecessary things and focus on services. So far, so good. It's good the way you guys are working, even though there is small differences, but keep up the good work. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll try to sum up everything that I wanted to touch on. But on the comment that you have just made, since we were together as the Troika, if I can share this with you, we never went in a single meeting and there's no resolution from that meeting. And we are able to provide leadership in everything together. In everything, we are taking a collective decision. There's no one who take a decision outside the collective and put it as the decision of the council. We've been doing that for some times, and I don't know how are we able to do that, but we are doing it. Coming back to the real issues, I had Honorable, is it Honorable who? The first comment by the Honorable member, he asked a question about the speaker and the mayor transported to their homes. We mustn't put it like that. You know, when you are saying you are transporting us to our homes, it's like it's a personal thing. We are transported to do the work for the government, and that is supported by the parliaments. I just wanted to clarify that one, because if media catches this one, it's a blow. The other issue that I wanted to address is the issue of the informal settlement of Okasi. I remember well yesterday when I said it's 5 years. The informal settlement was there for 5 years, not 3 years as it was captured. And the other issue that I don't know, and it has never came to my desk, of the overtime from the office of the executive mayor, which is more than 500,000. Maybe after this meeting, we'll check with the administration. Maybe they know something that I don't know. So we'll check with them and get the real issue. If there's anything on that, I think we will finish you with the report. That how are we doing with the overtime in the office of the mayor. The issue of pollution of RTBS, I think we need to emphasize this one, Honorable Chair. It's amongst the things we have been emphasizing when all the committees of Parliament were here. We are not happy about the RTBS Poor Dam because we are told they are cleaning the dam, but we have never seen it clean. So maybe the Department of Water Affairs need to deal with this one, because we are told there's someone appointed in the department who's doing the cleaning of the dam. But I myself, I've never seen it cleaned. In the morning, you'll see those, you know, it's like a nice grass. If you don't know it's a dam, you can even drown. And then in the morning, you see them there in the western side of the dam. And then in the evening, they go to the eastern part of the dam. So we are just appealing for the last time maybe to Parliament, because we have been saying this with all the committees, that please help, talk to the department, let them clean the dam, because sometimes it smells very bad. It even cost us as the municipality when we drew the water from the dam. We are using more than we could have used. The chemical that we use, we're using more than we were expected to use. So we are just saying, please come to our rescue. Much as you are able to say you are doing this, you are not doing that, but also let's see that we are getting a support from the department itself. The other issue that I wanted to address is the issue of RTBS not getting the services and the issue of the jet patch. It is not like that. We have only one jet patcher, and RTBS is forever prioritized for the jet patcher. In most of the days is working in RTBS. In other areas, our own officials are using the hand machines. So I just want to take that one out. I know when I was engaging with the business people of RTBS, there were issues that they raised, that they feel that the chunk of the money goes to rural areas and they are paying for the services. Then I said to them, but RTBS is developed. We just need maintenance in RTBS, but we need to construct a road in Fafung. So we can't compare the two. You can't take your capital budget to RTBS. Most of the things are done there. The only things that we still need as a capital budget is your water infrastructure and your sewer infrastructure. And that's what we are advancing when we meet with the relevant departments. The issue of the PIC loan, I think, on this one,
we must wrap up now, Honorable
yeah,
Mayor.
I'll try to wrap up. This one, I think we also need an assistance from the national, because this loan was taken in 1993, before the new South Africa. What has happened with that money, no one in New South Africa knows. I must just put it clear today, that we must know that there was a Goboto report. We must go and get that report. The Goboto report is the report that can tell us what happened, because the council by then mandated the municipality to do the investigation. So if we can get that Goboto report, it will tell us what happened to the... and lastly, Chair, I'm just requesting that when you go back, talk to the Department Water and Sanitation to increase the funding for the purification plant, so that we are able to realize that purification plant, because we can't forever say we are completing the purification plant and we are unable to complete the purification plant. And once more, thank you for choosing to come to Madibeng.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The following is Makwasi, but Honorable Mayor in Yotorika, the view outside on the TV, it's like not what we have seen as ourselves. The view, propagandians will not succeed after our visit. We have proved there is some sanity, although there lacks a lot of service delivery. There is unity amongst you. There is a work. You are doing good. Keep up. We have to find solutions of taking service.
By responding to the questions posed by Honorable Dutoit, if I'm not mistaken, the MPEC sits fortnightly. We can provide the schedule also. The council sits quarterly and has also special council meetings that sit when we have to deal with other matters that need to be dealt with. that couldn't be dealt with during the ordinary council meetings. As for the other questions, I'm going to summarize them. The issue of water master plan, wastewater in Khakala. That when you go to our report on page 15 and 16, we have plans on how to deal with this and the progress to date on the matters that were raised by the honorable member. The issue of the license department, I couldn't get the question of compensation very clear. Maybe we should ask that we get that question again. The issue of the license department that the honorable member was saying it is not working. If I remember well, in 2017, the license department of Makwasi Hills got banned, and it was repaired and opened in January 2018. Up to date, that licensing department is still in operation. The Honorable Fisser says there has not been services to the communities in Makwasi Hills. Maybe I should agree partially with her that we are aware as Makwasi Hills that our communities were without water for something like 3 weeks, not the total of 3 weeks, but in intervals, because Sidibeng had challenges with pipe bursts. Hence, on the 19th of October, we had to meet with Sidibeng, and we are continuously going to have meetings with Sidibeng to ensure that these things don't happen any longer, that our communities are able to can get water without interruptions of that long period. Yes, we owe Sidibeng, we owe ESCOM, but we have agreements with both the service providers that we are ensuring that we manage those agreements. The solid waste that the honorable member was saying is not collected, we have started to collect it. Last week it was being collected, and the vehicle got broken, yes, but we have started collecting that again. The issue of Section 106 report that is claimed to have been withheld from council. I'm not sure what the honorable member was talking about, and it's not only her who's saying the report has been withheld from council. I need to be noted and clearly understood that this report was never tabled to council. Honorable Kehakilwe, late Kehakilwe, may his soul rest in peace, has just said in one meeting that there's a report. Every time when he feels like he doesn't get joy in the meeting that he has with the municipality, he will come up with saying, here's a report, we need to table the report. The last meeting that we had with Honorable Kehakilwe is when I asked him to bring the report so that it can be tabled to council. To date, that report was never brought to council by any MEC. This report, when we first saw it, the speaker sent it to me from a WhatsApp group of councillors. We don't know where it comes from. So that report was never tabled to council. We would plead with our departments to follow correct processes so that tomorrow when we are being blamed for something that we did. But this report has never been tabled to council by the MEC. He's just said it that there's a report. We are still awaiting that report from the department. As for the adoption of the unfunded budget, I'm going to skip other questions because I think we can answer them through the report that we need to beef up. But I'm going to want to answer to the adoption of the unfunded budget. that when we adopt the budget, we are working together with the provincial treasury, the national treasury. They are assisting us to ensure that the budget gets funded. But at the end of the day, after all the processes have been done, together with national treasury and provincial treasury, the budget is said not to be funded. And the municipality alone has to bear the brunt, which for us as a municipality is not fair, because we are not closing the department outside. We accept the assistance, and our accepting the assistance says to us we are going to get where we want to go together with the department. But at the end of the day, we adopt this budget unfunded with the assistance of the treasury. This needs to be followed up and to be dealt with in a manner that will get all the parties to be taken on board. I mean, council cannot be taken on board to say you adopted an unfunded budget. What about the treasury? Both the national and the provincial. Yes, it is our accountability to ensure that we adopt a funded budget. But when they are there, we're thinking that we have expertise that can assist us to ensure that the budget is adopted, funded. So we will need your assistance, Honorable Dodofu, in this matter. That what is it that when we are assisted, and the people that assist us, at the end of the day, are finding us as the culprit on the matters that are not positive. I have already dealt with Citibank and ESCOM account that we are owing. I have already dealt with also, Honorable Dodofu, the Section 106 report.
Honorable Mayor, apologies, I'm back. Can you just please conclude? You were supposed to speak yesterday, that's why we are giving you enough time today to finalize. Can you just conclude, please?
Thank you very much.
Others, if anyone else, there's no question that you have not answered, do have the right to speak to you for you to furnish the additional information to the emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will then conclude by saying we will then beef up the report. There are many questions that I haven't yet answered, but we will answer those questions when we bring in the report as we are being asked to do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Thank you for coming. Thanks for staying with us until we are done. First Citibank, so that the water department can finish after Citibank. And Mahalis, first Mahalis, shortly, not long. Then water department conclude on water issues, not all of it, the ones they can, the other ones, people will raise it with them, they will forward it to the relevant emails. And after that, we go straight to the department so that they can give us the way forward.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking around to see whether the Chief Executive of Mahalis has assigned anyone from Mahalis to respond on these questions that were posed today. He apparently had to leave to a meeting in Mafikeng. I don't know if he sent you the message. Can I then respond in terms of the questions posed to the department? Thank you. In terms of the project, I just wanted to correct one thing, Chair, from the presentation made by Mahalis. Yes, there were two projects at the plant. One was the refurbishment of the existing plant, which was not operating well. That was done between 2012 and 2014. That was the refurbishment of the plant to actually get it operating optimally and producing quality, acceptable quality water. The second project, which is the expansion of the plant, started in 2014 or the 14-15 financial year. And that project was having a lot of projects. There were a lot of interferences, stoppages. We even had to escalate to the Premier. In fact, before my time, the provincial head who was acting whilst I was not there, they also tried to intervene. The DG also tried, but they couldn't succeed. It was only after the intervention of the Premier by sending Mr. Tolo to this particular municipality to come and intervene with the stoppages of the project. It was not, I think what I want to make clear is that the delayed completion of the project was not only about the funding, but there was a lot of interference. The project steering committee members, there was also some development forum members who were stopping the project from time to time. Workers were also not satisfied with a number of issues. So yes, funding is a problem, I agree, but there were also a lot of issues that caused the problem of delaying of the completion of the project. Then there was a question on the investigation of Koboto. I'm not au fait with that. That has to do with Machalis, if it is Machalis, but I suspect this could have to do with Sidibeng water, but not Machalis. Yeah, the Hartbeespoort Dam. Yeah, it is quite a problem and a headache to me ever since I've been in this province. Because we are at the receiving end of discharges from Gauteng, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni. The wastewater treatment works are actually discharging into this catchment. They are in the upper catchment of the Hartbeespoort Dam. So whatever is actually discharged from those municipalities will end up in the Hartbeespoort Dam. We also have a problem of informal settlements in those areas. Alexander, for instance. Because there is no sanitation measures in those particular informal settlements, all the storm water that goes through those areas, ends up in the river, and that goes into the Hartbeespoort Dam. Now, we need to understand it in this context. The waste, as we see it as waste from sewage and from the runoff of storm water, contains what plants use as nutrients. We can call them fertilizers if we want. You do find that in the discharge of unpurified sewage, even in stormwater systems that go through areas where waste management is not efficient. Now that goes into the dam, and algae, which is a plant, only needs sunshine and air because the nutrients are there. And we have lots of sunshine in this particular area or in our country. So you will definitely see a proliferation of either algae or the floating plants, which are called water hyacinths, in the dam. Now, if you don't see the plants, then you must know that the algae is actually dominating. However, if the plants are there, the water is almost next to clear. There is a project, I think Ndati Malulega, who is the Director Enforcement or Regulation in the department, because we do have two arms in the department. One is the assistance to municipalities, the other one is regulating the municipalities. We also look at the enforcement of compliance of the license conditions. He had a meeting yesterday in Hartbeespoort with Environmental Affairs. They have come up with a plan, an action plan to clean up the dam. But I must also emphasize the fact that we have around the dam 13 wastewater pump stations, Tamadi Bay, and they're not always functional. We've already had to fix them twice since 2014, if I'm not mistaken. They were fixed twice. All those pump stations, when they are not functional, the sewage will flow into the dam, carrying with it all those nutrients, and thus exacerbating the problem of the quality of the water. I think it's about time that the department implemented the polluter pays principle, because we have to clean up the effects of non-compliance from discharges of dysfunctional wastewater treatment works. So as soon as that policy is implemented, I guess it will be an incentive to a lot of municipalities to ensure that their wastewater treatment works are functional. The other question was, I think it was a comment on Midval. Midval is a water company, and it was established for the sole purpose of supplying water to mines. However, with the earth tremor that happened in the Kosh area, that's your Klerksdorp, Orkney, Hartbeespoort, Hartbeesfontein, Stilfontein.
Based on the time frame, can you please try to consolidate the balance of the answers? You can email it, but please consolidate, because time is now run in front of us for today.
Okay, Chair, I'll jump to the issue, the expenditure on drought funds. There was an issue regarding the projects. I was not able to provide any information on that, because we are still engaging municipalities on the closeout reports of those particular projects. We are sitting with drafts that we are questioning, and therefore I didn't see it necessary for me to put that information that could change in future when they submit their draft, their final closeout reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, if there's anything...
Chair, there was the issue of Klepgaard. I'm sorry about that.
No, there's many issues you have not responded to. Also, we need to go through some detailed steps on more implementation, but the good part also, the select committee, the chairperson of local government also sits with the select with issues of water. We will also arrange, we will meet you again. It's going to happen. For sure, we will speak to the province, the legislature. We need to find a lasting solution on bettering the services of water. We are going to work together with yourself, with Mahalis, of making sure we do the right thing of taking services. The MEC was supposed to talk and HOD, but let's do the closeout report in the way forward so that we can take it from there. I believe, can you switch off the mic? Thank you. I believe we have done a lot for the week. We are going to join hands, the chairperson of the select committee, legislature, SCOPA, all of us will join hands in supporting the MEC, the Premier, and all of us will continue to do visits. I will personally do some visits with them on the Thursdays, which they say is local government Thursdays.
On issue of licensing and small back to basics MEC, please, it's going to be part of our way forward. Let's make sure when we submit the report, the things are monitored and check where you can implement and where you have the support. Let's make sure that we better the lives of the ordinary citizens, the ones who have no hope, the ones who are hopeless. Let's make sure we give hope back to our people. So let's move from there. I gave this report to some of us, especially members and others. Provincial Week Ensuring Capable and Financial Sound Municipalities started 26. Northwest, we are busy now with the debriefing of the week. So we are going to open for members. You will take the numbers of only members first of Parliament. If you need to add something that you don't have to add now, you talk to myself and Honorable Tedorvu and any other member that is here. We are not alleged, we are going to do it together. This report is just basically what we have been doing the past week, and we will have to find a way as the NCOP from the Northwest Legislature in Parliament to work closely with yourselves in finding solutions of our people. I'll hand over to Honorable Tedorvu just to shortly, not long, guide us on the way forward on this so that we can also give someone from legislature to come in. Thank you.
No, Chair, firstly, let me express my fervent appreciation to everybody who participated in this session. I think this was a very good conversation, talking about our own province and what is it that needs to be done to extricate our province from the crisis that it is facing in respect of local government. Now, as we all know, the theme was ensuring sustainable and financially viable municipalities. And I think at the end of the day, we need to ask ourselves a question, whether through our inputs, our contributions, the presentations that we received, are we geared up as a province to ensure that we have a sustainable, we have a financially viable system of local government in our province? I think the session was very much informative. We shared our experiences, our knowledge, and we made contributions on what needs to be done in order to ensure that we succeed. And I think the different players, especially the NCOP, as members of the NCOP, we have understood quite clearly and quite well the message that comes from the province about what the province needs to do to accomplish those particular objectives. In Parliament, we shall speak with knowledge, with clear knowledge, with authority on what we think are the issues that are frustrating the province and what is it that the province intends doing in terms of solving its own problems, and quite clearly using the district development model, that using the reports of the Auditor General and the National Treasury in dealing with these particular issues. But we also saying that we understand that the province feels that the government must do more and better in terms of implementing Section 154 of the Constitution in supporting and in strengthening the capacity of municipalities and in monitoring the performance of our municipalities, and all stakeholders have made their own contributions in terms of what needs to be done. Looking at this document that you presented to us, it captures in essence about 21 recommendations on issues that needs to be attended to. And where I sit, Chair, I fully support this particular recommendations. And I think that these are the observations and the recommendations that needs to be followed up. And therefore, if the province can do that, it will go a long way in improving the performance of our municipalities. I think it is perhaps very much important, in addition to that, Chair, to just raise one issue. And the issue that I want to raise is, and it is not flagged up very, very well, it is the Section 139 interventions. I'm sure by now we all know that it is the provincial government of any province that triggers the process of intervention in terms of 139. And once the province has invoked the provisions of 139, the Constitution spells out in precision what is it that needs to happen. And in this instance, all that I'm saying, Chair, is that without the province initiating this, there is no 139. And the Constitution enjoins different players, be it the provincial legislature, the minister, or the NCOP, to exercise certain powers and authority in respect of the process that was initiated by the province. Now, I suggest, Chair, that my proposal is that we need a conversation as a province, especially the NCOP delegates, the provincial legislature, and the provincial government, on how best we can handle issues pertaining to 139 interventions, so that with that understanding and with that common approach, there will not be a problem. Because I argue to say, Chair, that 139 intervention starts when the provincial government start those, and as I indicated, every player prescribed by the Constitution has got a role to play in this particular instance. And up until the NCOP either approves or disapproves the intervention by the provincial government. And from our side, there is a procedure, there is a process spelled out in terms of what is it that we do as the provincial, as the NCOP. And because there is a lot of disagreement, in my view, about the intervention in the Northwest Province, I suggest that we flag that particular issue as a way forward, that we need a conversation between, a tripartite conversation between the stakeholders to iron out this particular matter and on how this particular process has got to be taken forward. Other than that, Chair, I'm quite satisfied, I'm quite confident that this meeting has achieved its own objectives, because it was a very, very good, necessary platform of engagement, of deliberations, of discussing a way forward. And as I indicated from the beginning, I think if we can implement the decisions that we've taken here, or the recommendations that we make here, to the latter, it will have an immense and an immeasurable contribution in terms of alleviating the problems of local government and therefore achieve sustainable and financially viable municipalities in the Northwest Province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Otovo. Let us all appreciate the view and the manner the Honorable Otovo has reported back and talked on the issue of 139, because he is also the chairperson of the select committee, and he acknowledged, apart from us as provincial delegates, that there needs to be a discussion. We are going to do as requested from us, and what we're going to do on the site, that was the site from NCOP, the site of Salga shortly, just on the week, Honorable Stella, and then after that we will allow two from legislature. You can agree amongst you.
No, thanks, Chair. Just to thank the NCOP, you know we are always emphasizing on the need for Salga to work closely with the NCOP, because it's the one sphere of government where you find all spheres, national, provincial, and local government in one place. So it's the one house of parliament that is very much capable of solving all the issues that we are faced with as government. And from the side of Salga, we are grateful for this week, and we are looking forward to the report being tabled in the NCOP, and will definitely be speaking with one voice. There's no confusion. I've already went through the report, and it is a true reflection of what has happened. It might just be a matter of one or two issues that were omitted, but besides that, it's been a great week. The engagements were fruitful, and we are looking forward to the implementation of Section 154. We obviously don't like 139. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you from Salga. From the legislature side, because of what we will do, okay, there are not many. Those who want to speak, based on time, all of you can speak, although just let's be short. Additions can be submitted. No one cannot add. But we have to conclude now. We'll start first with Honorable Rabotapi, Honorable Sonakile, Honorable Mika, then lastly, Honorable Rizzo. Honorable Rabotapi, if there's any addition?
Nothing from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Much apprecited, Honorable Rabotapi. Thank you for being with us for the whole week. Your maturity and your respect that you show for people is always appreciated. Thank you, Honorable Rabotapi. Honorable Sonakile.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll go through the report, then I'll send in my inputs. But I have to say it was a very fruitful week, and the engagements were very enlightening. One issue that we really need to look into after all the deliberations, I think it's more on your Section 139s. I think we must still have conversations around it so that we can all understand what the Constitution says, what our powers are, and start working from that premise. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Mika.
I think without any waste of time, Honorable Chair, I also must indicate that we have seen the draft brief notes in terms of the deliberations for the whole week. We will just make some additions. I think, like a colleague from Salga have indicated, there are some just few omissions. Your presentation by the district municipality of Bujanala, for an example. But what we must also indicate that is that what you have been saying from your chair point of view, that we are all in this together with the municipality. We own up to the situation that we seeing in our different municipalities, but emphasizing the fact that everybody and every one of us must do what is supposed to be done. We must all do the right thing in all the levels of our different responsibilities, because the picture that we're seeing about our province talks to the kind of leaders that are in the province, administratively, politically, and otherwise. And we all are agreeing that it's not what we would want to see. It cannot be, and I think somebody said it during the discussions yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, it cannot be that it is always the Northwest, and I think my chair from the public accounts said it, that we always the last in terms of performance, including in terms of the performance by the report of the Auditor General. It all talks to who we are and what is it that we are doing. So if it can just land in our minds, and we then all commit to be saying, everybody must do what is due to him. Everybody must. We are benefiting in any way from the responsibilities that we are given by government and by our people on the ground, and therefore we owe it up to our communities to ensure that we serve them, we provide services to them, and we do what is right, Honorable Chair. I think with all those, we must also thank the NCOP for this initiative. It has indeed enlightened some of us the information, what is happening in municipalities, what is happening in provincial government. I think we have shared a lot, and that must be highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just add, when you have some things you have to add, as the previous speakers, we are going to accept. So just send it, you'll give the email to the people, so members can send it direct to you. But so far, I'm happy that with all speakers, that you are happy and you see things have gone to the direction. The last speaker of legislature, before we close.
No, thanks, Chair.
Because your Chair of Chairs is not here, and Honorable Motswana is not here, I think from your side is where you close.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me join my colleagues. Firstly, appreciate their presence from day one until the last day. And obviously, thanks the initiative from NCOP, all members of NCOP, the team from NCOP, all role players, all participants, because all of us were informed by your theme. And indeed, I agree that the deliberation was responding to the theme of the week, Chair. I will make a mistake when I fail to thank yourself as the chairperson, the driver, who drive this session properly, allowing everyone a space to engage, and will, as legislature, the team and researchers from legislature and all officials from legislature here, they were here throughout the session, and I think we'll take all the deliberation as a building stone to make sure that we enhance and make an input on areas where we feel that maybe we need to make an input, and we'll also use the issues that were raised in this week as a yardstick to assist us, because we'll be here next week doing the same work. And I hope all the researchers are here making sure that they take cue from all the issues that are here, and we thank all the deployees, starting from the Premier and the MECs responsible to support the initiative, and the municipality of Madibeng to assist. As I'm not taking your responsibility, Chair, but just to thank everyone.
No, you can do it, my brother. I will just conclude shortly. Here we share power.
To thank everyone, but I think, Chair, I agree with the latter speakers that indeed ourselves as legislature and NCOP will need to have a space on other issues, particularly the issue of Section 139, deal with it properly so that we speak in one voice, and pass our greetings to all other national leadership who make you to be here, and we ensure your support not only today, up until our term expires. Thanks you very much.
Thank you, from Honorable Job Lizo. Thanks a lot, much appreciated for all of you. Much appreciation to the staff of legislature, the staff of parliament, all of you. You were so silent but powerful because you made all of us to be visible. Your quietness and silentness made us to be loud and visible. So actually you did the work. We just jumped around for you to put us out there. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for guiding us to do the right things. Thank you for all mayors. Thank you for all directors. Thank you for all people that were here, for the small miscommunications on other people being here early, all those things. Thanks a lot for everything. All people sitting on the other side, much appreciated, your discipline, your respect. Thank you for being here. Water Department, thanks for being here. Mahalis, all of you. The MEC of local government, I do not want to say acting, I don't understand it. Maybe we have to have a debate. The MEC of local government, thank you for being here. Whoop the people there, man, to get more support. Whoop, 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 MEC, please. HOD, thank you. Next time come with more chief directors, more people of the department, so that when you need to attend to other things, HOD, you cannot run as a lone ranger. You are not an independent. Please, HOD, use other staff in your department to come and assist you. I can see you are tired yesterday. If you were someone else, life is unfair. Just because I know you for more than 20 years, I could not call you to order when you were falling asleep in the later afternoon. I allowed you knowledgeably. I saw you sleeping a little bit, I left you because I could understand. I feel for you. You carry a lot, but it's your own decisions, not our decisions. You have the authority to call others. Do the right thing. HOD, please, man, stop this mind games. Stop running around. Focus. I will not use the issue of headless chicken. Focus. You have the authority. Please, focus. You cannot come here and sleep around 5. I understand you are tired, and thank you for being here the whole week. Thank you, much appreciated. But you have to acknowledge, other people are there, they are employed, they must assist you. HOD, you are not alone. Use the skills. Use what you have in the department. HOD. This thing must not happen again. It must not happen again. You have struggled here, but you are good. You do not need to struggle like this. Please. I've known you for 20 years. I don't know what is it, but you were here, you supported us, you stand by us. But our HOD, many people are getting paid. Our HOD, let's work together, let's join hands. We are even joining hands with the public-private partnerships. Why are you not joining hands with your other officials? Our HOD. happy you could hear me loud and clear. HOD, I'm raising it in a nice manner because legislature was hitting you left, right, center on not being available, the earlier speakers. So I'm using it in a nice manner. HOD, pull up the socks. We love you, we support you. But we are not going to allow unspent money on houses when people don't have houses and services. HOD, thank you for listening to us. We are here for a provincial program on local government because some of us, we need to implement that listening is a skill. Thank you, Honorable MEC, for being here with us the whole week. Because we know you are a person that listens and try to do your best, that's why we were not so hard on you. But the HOD has a clear message. Independentness, it will stop. Thank you, HOD. We are going to monitor that part of yours. That one will be a clear monitor. Also, the chairperson of the select committee will now and then, because he will work with you closely, and also the province that works with you, they will just tell us now and then, no, man, at least we see some movement. Myself, the Thursdays, I will sometimes visit you, just to see, do you still walk alone? Maybe it's the issue of soccer. I don't know. Thank you, all of you, for being here. It's officially closed. Thank you. God bless. Drive safe.